Alright, so I didn't know that the last video would be so long. And I tried putting like videos in it to show this book because I was like so glad to get it. The Computation of 666. And it was crazy how it just like popped up right when I was wanting to read it anyway. And I never thought I would get it. But I think that about so many books, like, I'm like, whoa. And the thing about this book, and just all of it, I mean, one book leads to another, I guess, for me. But it was post 60, and like without any intention of trying to understand like what 60 has to do with anything with the blog, it like revealed itself. And then same with 61, like over time, or over the time of reading all that, I was like, so what is 61 probably like going to have to do with? I know it's Kali and Ain, the Ain in Hebrew, and all, and Crowley's whole like nothing is a key to this law, or the Jews call it nothing. I forgot the verse, but he mentions 880, 418, which is 506 added up, and all those different things came to mind. But really, which 506 actually does have a lot. It's like this aperture number. But 60 to 61, and how 60 was like this number of, obviously Semek, but the cycle in a sense, time, the 60 seconds, but really like 61 being that point in the circle of the time, like it shows how Kali, being the devourer of time, is that like emptiness, or that instead of the points being something, they're more like interstices, or akalas, or like open spots, I guess. And that whole concept was like very weird, because also the last post talked about Tantra, and so many different things have like just revealed themselves to me in the last few days, including like, I mean, I got the Incoming of the Eon of Mayot book finally, that I've been waiting forever for. It actually came on September 8th, but I didn't get to like get home and sit down and then finally get to open it. And it was, when I looked at the clock, it was September 9th. And then it clicked. I was like, holy fuck. September 9th was the day I started in 2009. I told myself, okay, like whatever this thing about 9 and numbers is, like I'm going to figure it out with the whole Crowley system. Like, because I started reading about Crowley and the AA. And for some reason on September 9th, I think it was because I got gems from the equinox, and I knew there was something about all of that that was very familiar. But I mean, when I first read Magic, book 4, I was like, what the fuck? This is so familiar. But, and that was simply, like, this all goes back because in my senior year of high school in 2009 through 10, they told me I had to do this, like, what is it, an or a biography, I mean, for British literature. And I got into Aleister Crowley, and the teacher at first didn't want me to do it. She was like, oh, but I'm like, but he's an actual historical figure. Just because he's not in half of these encyclopedias, well, I just so happened to find the Encyclopedia of Parapsychology at the library, like the school library. And so I was like, well, here's a biographical reference. And from there, I was like, I'm going to get all the books I'm not going to get all the books. I didn't think that, but I was like, okay, I'm going to go get all the books I saw at the bookstore that, the biographies, and it was all downhill from there. But basically, the September 9th came up when I finally got Frederick Todd's book that I've been waiting forever for. Well, his letters or whatever that were edited, and by Michael Barham, I think his name is, and Michael Staley. And it's so cool, though. Like, I knew that 999 was something that was going to be in there, and of course they mention it in the introduction. And I haven't read, like, of course, all of it, but I've started looking through it, and I see where Kenneth Grant got a lot of his, like, references and outside the circles of time. But anyway, so I'm trying to give a background to what's basically happened. The last post was very, obviously it took forever, and most of it was just me reading from the computation of 666, but it took weeks to set in, and then in combination with what else I've been reading and studying and what's been happening. Because also, like, I've mentioned it a few times here and there, but I haven't put forth a lot of, like, thought in terms of talking about it on here about it. But I've been trying to read it and integrate it. But it's Jamgon Control Lodro Taye's book, 10 volumes, The Treasury of Knowledge. And, like, each one is a different subject in a way. And the two I've been focusing on is systems of Buddhist Tantra, mostly. But then I know there's also, what is it? The elements of tantric practice, and I mean there's a lot of other important ones that I haven't even gotten to. I'm sure esoteric instructions is important, but just the layer. Like, I mean, there's a lot of books. Actually, I have a whole shelf of books on tantra, but obviously it's a big fucking jungle, a big mass to go through, depending on region, and then trying to separate Hinduism and Buddhism and its different schools and forms. And but the main thing about the whole Tantra thing is that it really means, it has to do with, like, if you look up the definitions, obviously a Tantra could be a text itself or a system, like the Mahamrityunjaya Tantra, or the, there's so many Tantras. But it really means, like, they say web, warp, or loom. And so it's really it's a matrix in a way, or a space and time in which you do a certain practice or procedure or whatever it is, ritual. And so, like I mentioned, ritu, and how ritus is 666, but then the ritual is 666, and the circle being the primary, like, warp or web or loom, obviously dealing with time, orbit the sun, etc., like all these obvious things. So obviously this post, Lost Key of Revelation, I kind of go into this whole thing, although this thing has been spinning for days. I've had this fucking post pulled up, and I just haven't gotten to it. It's been spinning for days. But anyway, there's so many different things, obviously, so many directions, but what I'm going to try to do is, like, sum up the last few posts. It's just, obviously I haven't even gotten into it. It's probably been 10 minutes, but there's so much fucking stuff. Clearly, like, all of this is going to serve as a sort of barrier, hopefully. I mean, most people won't know what the fuck I'm talking about if they're going to spend the time, but most people won't spend the time at all. So, and I don't even know why I'm telling anybody any of this stuff. I suppose it's because it's the same reason anyone writes a book. It's like, well, if anyone wants it, here you go. Which again has its own built-in mechanisms of attraction and repulsion. But so many different things that I want to go over. Let's see. Marilyn Manson's new album, also, We Are Chaos, like, came out, and obviously I've referenced him as being important, like, to my process or path or whatever, like, because when I was 13 through 15 primarily, that was when I was super, like, intrigued by him and started, like, I learned a lot of things through him, by searching, like, what the fuck does this mean? And what is that? And his new album is interesting, like certain lines in it, particularly for the last few days, where he says, ring all the bells you can ring, there's a crack in everything. That's how the sunlight gets in, which is actually a line, or like a rendering, a rendition of Leonard Cohen's song Anthem, which is very, like, if you think about the timeliness of things, and I mean, but at the same time, just like the depth of understanding. I don't know, that whole line, or lines, phrase, whatever you want to call it, reminds me of this realization I had in the last, like, I think post 58, which is so long that anything I could say or reference is like lost in the abyss of it, in the ocean. But the whole concept of like light, or this, that everything is cracked or open, or there's this open-ended nature to things. You could say crack. I mean, that's one way of looking at it or putting it, but in a sense, that's what I think the final hay represents. This open-ended direction or dimension, or like, say bubble, but bubbles is one of the formulas of 107, or it's a formula. And that whole concept of a bubble, and then the inner direction, and 107, like every post that I've done so far, more formulas for it come up. And you would think, like, okay, well, how many things could fit in one little number like that? But it all depends on different languages, and then realization. And again, that's what I keep thinking about the 61 thing, and how instead of thinking of 61 as 61 points, think of it as 61 absent points, or like the opposite of a point, voids, 61 voids. Because again, Ain, Kali being the devourer of time, like obviously 666, you would minus, like what comes to mind is minusing 61 from 666, which would give you 605, which in my mind doesn't immediately bring up anything. M, like Aunt M off of Wizard of Oz, maybe, but let's see. The central core from Library 65, that goes with 61 in this whole concept. Creative power. The primal goddess, so Kali plus the primal goddess. The dark doorway, as in the dark doorway of the beast, which is the dark doorway of the beast is 777, going again with that implosion of 666. But the dark doorway of this whole concept, that's very important, I think. Scote in Greek being dark, or scotati, also dark. Argira, which is silver, and then I also saw, okay, so I'm not going to get too much into this, but basically I knew there was something to 605. It would be like this. But anyway, actually what I was thinking about, how, because 666 is the word interstices, like meaning the spaces between, or the intersections, which is what all of this, like in Tantra and a lot of teachings so far I've been reading about, have to do with, is 666 being interstices, 605 and 601, that interplay, the dark doorway. What if, like I was just thinking, what if 666, try to think of it as not 666 points, but 666 interstices, and like that changed everything, actually, when I was realizing that 666 could actually be, instead of just the sun in its active sense, like of the general attribution of it, especially with the mind in its microcosmic reflection of the radiance of the sun. If you think about it inverted, in a sense, 666, because it's also like this key to the abyss and all that, like That's why I put this picture here, the key of the abyss. But which again, it's symbolically just the background on the fabric, basically, of space-time, and I think of the black hole essentially, or what's the microcosmic equivalent of the black hole? It would be, it has to do with the whole Tathagata Garbha thing in time and this whole process. The fact that time is like a spiral and it has, or a conch or a shell in a sense, it's got to be bound up. It can't, like if it was all one, then it would back. This is the whole fundamental schism between Malkuth and Kether, I think, which is funny because there's so many things about Malkuth and Kether being reflected. Like, there's some, what is that process? I don't know, that keeps them separate. It has to do with this schism, or this prism of Doth, I think, and individuation, which again, 107 for whatever reason, in this whole egg process, like, or symbolism, it's the term identity, it's the term ulam, it's the akasha where it's like the spirit, which is one, the elements, which are all broken up, but also one. I don't know what I'm trying to say, other than that I see so clearly, or like I see it somewhat clearly, I just can't put my Bindu finger right on all this stuff. I've got to like go through all the freaking, I've got to go through the Gahana, which Gahana is 61. The Gahana, the labyrinth or the maze, apparently, which is all, it's like of it's light, but it's also the black light, the guru. And so I haven't even gotten to it, but basically, just a few days ago and a few days after I got the post done and uploaded, something told me to go to the bookstore because they've reopened, and I haven't went there in months. And I really didn't want to. I was like, I'm not going to go back to the bookstore. I've gotten enough books from there, But something told me to go. I actually wanted to find these books by Chogyam Trungpa because I knew that they have them, but they didn't have them at that one. So anyway, I get so sidetracked. But basically, I went there and I was like, okay, well, these books aren't here, but I'm just going to look around. And I saw these books that I've never seen before or heard of or anything. So I had to look them up. And I was like, well, it's a Hindu sounding, or, an Indian name. It said Sri, like, it was a long word after Sri. But I saw the Sri, it caught my eye, and I was like, okay, so I got to look this up. And I looked them up, and apparently it was like the Sikh holy text, like their holy text, but translated into English and Punjabi. And so it was kind of like, it threw me off. Like, it looked just like an encyclopedia or something, but I knew it was a text, obviously, when I pulled it out and looked at the cover and opened it. But I had to look on my phone real quick to do some research and be like, what the fuck is this? And it turned out it was like a super important, it's the Sikh holy text, the Sri Guru Granth Sahib, or Sahib, or Seb, depending on who you ask. And holy crap, I was like, what the fuck? Like, if you understand the importance of that book, and that something told me to go to this store and look, and I found it after like looking around, and just like, I was like, something tells me to keep looking. And of course, when I get it, and like, oh, it was only $40 too. I was like, what the fuck? What the hell is going on here in this world of mine? These books are like freaking like more, they're like speaking to me more than anyone else, like more than people. And maybe I'm schizophrenic. Maybe you could use that against me. I don't know. But I'm just kidding. But seriously, books are like coming out of the woodwork somehow, and they're like super important. So I start reading this book, and of course there's 8 volumes. Actually, they only had 5, but I looked online, and of course they're there. And like, I was just like, what the hell? What the hell is this? And so, like, I knew about Sikhism, and I've talked about it like pretty much the extent, even though I have a book called Philosophy of Sikhism, it's so dense that I recently cracked it back open and looked into it, and I was like, wow, now I get what they're talking about a little bit more, like having studied Hinduism, and because it actually talks about Buddhism and Hinduism and Jainism. And if you read one single book on any of those things, it does not, like, you really have to just like survey the literature, it seems like numerous times, and then even still let it sink in, saturate, and do it again. It's like, that's what I'm essentially trying to do with all this stuff. Most people, they just want to like read a paragraph and consider themselves experts and think that that's like all they need. But this freaking Sikhism, and I was like, wow, there's like something to this. Like, because I was getting real deep into Buddhism and Hinduism, and all the differences and all the, Vaishnavism, Shaivism, Shaktism, Ganapati, all the different things. Same with the Buddhisms. And I've heard of, and like I know of Sikhism loosely, like, but it didn't activate for me, like it didn't call out to me, and I didn't like the true holy like vibration that is coming that is their path and all that's coming through the book, through their symbols, through the like that whole vibration. It like something, I don't know, I got tuned to it all of a sudden, like once, and it wasn't just because finding that book. I swear to God, this is all a continuum, because it's just weird. Like the book it's composed of, it's 8 volumes in the English. Generally, they have one volume that they like revere and keep, wrapped up and all that. Like they have a whole shrine for it. I had to go and wrap mine up, and you're supposed to wear a DASTAR, a turban, and DASTAR, which is funny because it's 666. It's all about the guru, and people in the West, they think of people with turbans and laugh at them, but really, like, for not wearing a turban shows that you're just, you're not uninitiated in a sense. So there's a lot to the whole thing about Sikhism that has changed my life, just like in learning about, and I want to learn like more. I want to read slowly this whole book and all that stuff, but basically, like, it's divided into 60 ragas, which stood out to me. I was like, okay, 60, I'm on this 60 current, and but then again, all this 61 stuff that I just went on about slowly revealed itself to me in this whole process, like in the sense that, okay, this black light, this guru, or it's really the inner light, and it's neither black nor white. It's literally like it's the electromagnetic fusion of it all, apparently. Like, it's what I'm getting from it. But so, okay, again, I haven't even went into this. I just really wanted to talk about this because, again, it is the dot in the circle, the alpha and the omega, or alpha, aleph. There's this big aleph, which is 1000, and that whole thing, that whole connection between the 1 and the 999, because that 999 is really the power contained in the 1, the 1 and the many in the 1. And that's why if you look into the correspondences of 999, there's a lot to the whole Kether and Malkuth and Kether, and then the 1000 being 10 cubed is very important. Like this whole Kabbalistic thing, it's a mouthful. It sounds crazy. It probably, you could say it's like, I mean, people probably would go crazy without, if like I just, bestow this upon someone who doesn't have the right background. Of course, yeah, this will sound just like fucking insanity, but it's just crazy. I mean, like, I can't help it. I wrote these blog posts, but I didn't write these books. So it's like, I mean, I did read them, and I am saying that, well, look at all this connection, blah, blah, blah. Well, again, going back to the 666 thing, and it being essentially this, like, black hole concept, not just a black hole, but really what it is, it's where all these things overlap irrespective of, acausally, basically, like synchronistically, because there's this, I don't want to say, what is it? This absence or ain. In a sense, that goes back to this whole theory I've wanted to try. It's so hard to put into thought even, or words, but basically, what if we have this materialistic mindset of we think in terms of points and positives and active things, but what if it's really the ain or the absence or the void that shapes phenomena more so than not, like, I don't know how to explain it. It's just, if you read Outer Gateways by Kenneth Grant, and that book is like screaming out to me in terms of just how it shaped my thinking, because he pretty much says as much, which is, he says, like, I'd have to find the actual statement in the book, but he gets so like spot on with like with the way he's saying things and how we think about things. I know in Beyond the Monsoon he does the same. He gets really, it sounds counterintuitive, like he's like talking about the waking, dreaming, and deep sleep states, and it sounds like weird to the rational mind. And that's the thing, we in the West, that's a whole nother thought I keep seeing, is that we in the West, with our conscious, rational, waking minds, we think that we're so rational, and we think, but we're so limited, and we're so behooved when things don't conform to that, because we want things to. We just like cut out a whole lot of experience and a whole lot of understanding and like potential growth and all of it, like technological advancement, obviously ties in with all that. So basically, it's just funny, like all these it's not even just religion that is segmented and compartmentalized. Obviously, the secular and positivistic schools and stuff, or what modes of thinking are as well. I have freaking Mao Zedong's collected works, and I've been reading those, and there is a practical value even to some of what he said and thought, and why he thought it, like there's something to be said for it, but it's this extreme polarization that people do, or like it's a tendency, I guess, that we have, that sometimes the more polarized something goes in one way, the more people want to resist and go the other way. And like, same with me, while I'm like, I was like, well, no one wants to know what the fuck 666 means, so I do. I'm going to figure it out. Like, and even if it sounds like, oh, he's deluded himself, he'll never know what it means now, like, I fully consider that possibility with the fact that, like, okay, but at the same time, how does so much shit accumulate and run its tendrils and tentacles, like, so finely throughout so many, I don't know. So I'm just like entertaining the idea, the notion, and we'll see what like happens at the end. I might change my mind. I might I might be like, bitch, let me in. I'm coming. I'm converting. I'll be a Catholic or something, like, if I have to. I'm just not if I have to, but I'm just saying, like, what if because Freder Chad even did. He was like, screw that. I was as a demon or something. Like, what if I did want to do that? Like, who knows? I mean, I might want to be a Sikh after all this. I don't know. I may be a materialistic atheist who thinks that Cartoon Network or Adult Swim has, the penultimate philosophy of life. I don't know. But for now, we're just going to read this shit, and I'm going to babble inchoately until, the cows come home. So, Sunday, November 29th, 2015 is when I published Lost Key of Revelation. And I said, readers of this blog, particularly the posts made in the last year, will have come to realize that the number 666 is the underlying link uniting all religions, and even the link between religion and science, as well as spirit and matter. This is exemplified, and so therefore the mind and its machinations, perhaps. This is exemplified by the fact that each central figure or concept within each religion or spiritual system resonates with the 666 formula, as do many scientific concepts, from the ancient Giza pyramids to the feathered sun serpent Quetzalcoatl, to the Christian solar archetype as the secret number of Christ and the force of Christ, i.e. the solar Chrysos, the spirit of gold, the alchemical metal signifying the light of spirit manifested in physicality. 666 is the Kundalini energy symbol, as well as electric and all of the actual mechanical friction and magnetism, analogs, I guess, of the serpent of Kundalini, the spirit of fire, fire of spirit. The biological force capable of being raised and purified, mundanely known as consciousness itself. 666 is therefore a number of the sun as the light both without, physical, and within, the spiritual inner sun, and as such, like it is the missing link of the evolution from beast to man, the origin of species, etc., it is the link uniting spirit and matter, or the inner and outer, above and below. True Freemasons have known this as the Mason key of the Freemason art, or the Freemasonry itself. So again, the circle and the sun and the measurements and the cryptographs being derivable therefrom, especially again the circle being that symbol in the computation of 666 being one of these primary yantras, I guess you could say, or ways to derive certain codes and cryptograms. And that's why I said cryptograph, because graphology, but cryptograph is 666. And the AL cryptogram, though, as well. So it's funny because this ended up coming up further in another book I got and started reading, which is The Secrets of Ancient Geometry and Its Use by Tons Bruns. There's 2 volumes. But if you look at the cover, you see these like squares and circles with the like lines. Volume 2 talks about how there's like letters could be or can be. I need to really read it more thoroughly and deeply to see what he's trying to say about it. But there's these examples of like letters, even cuneiform, being derived from these sort of like yantras or mathematical patterns, basically like squares and triangles, and that it could be, I guess, the root for some of these alphabets and ciphers. Again, it's a few chapters actually, ABC of the Modern Alphabet. In this book, you can't just go find like anywhere really very easily. So I'll have to dedicate sort of like a whole reading, I guess, of this chapter. But it's got so many pictures, it really needs to be visual, given visually. But basically the whole point, which I'll show, but I'm not going to go into it right now. All these little like letter things it's very interesting. It's the same idea essentially as what this book just glosses upon. And but the circle again, 666, and the codes, the cryptographs that can be derived therefrom are kind of important. And I also have pulled up, because I was sitting here I was wanting to read the unpublished letters of Eliphas Levi, but it goes on in so many other, like, I guess, not even just the same Lucifer magazine, but the Theosophical Review. So I'm going to have to sit here and, like, put that all together. It's over 100 sort of sections, so... Because he talks about a lot of like some of the symbolism, actually, how these yantras are made, and the importance of essentially this like invisible light, or which, or in his other books, in which he's like sort of credited, and Albert Pike also talks about this sort of magnetic power that can be generated essentially through various practices, but especially through ritualized magnetization of yourself. Like, essentially, this goes to the whole idea of radiation, magical radiation, and it's a sort of esoteric thing, but it's also a very practical thing. Um, you just have to, again, it's a lot of things. So, but this whole thing about the circle and sort of encoding action, that whole thing about, like I was just talking about, these letters and languages in the circle, it's not even so much just about the letters in the circle, so much as when you tie in again the whole concept of twilight language or language in movements. There's, what am I trying to say? Well, basically, there's a mechanical nature, a mechanical aspect to movement and what we all do, like what you do individually. Again, this is Tantra. That goes back to the whole concept of Tantra. And unfortunately, we've lost a lot of this knowledge. It's kind of used against us. It's automatic. This is where Gurdjieff and Uspensky, and they're in the teachings of the commentaries by Maurice and Nicole of their teachings, which is all about like this trying to wake up out of the automatic nature, the automatic Malthusian response, the cause and effect modalities of, just egoic consciousness, and try to activate some of these higher centers for just better integration, especially like instead of being devoured by time, really working with time. Time is actually can be a beneficial force, like through graduation and initiation, rather than the opposite of liberation, which would be oppression, etc., which is what all these Shaivism and different schools and religions try to help alleviate. So anyway, the true Freemasons pretty much know this. It's just that true Freemason, just because you're like a due-paying, card-carrying Freemason, doesn't necessarily mean you know very much if you don't actually study it or apply it, or And so I have really no concern for trying to sign up to any of these things. But anyway, spanning back to prehistoric times, veiling the laws of mathematical logic behind geometric form in the many buildings, artworks, and literature throughout the ages, said, but not usually actively known, to conceal such cryptic secrets secreted within them. Such monuments as the pyramids of Giza, Rennes-le-Chateau, Glastonbury, Stonehenge, Tiwanaku, Pumapunku, Yonaguni, etc., actually can be found to have some interesting codes, formulae, and spells hidden within their measurements. And not just measurements, but the ratios, the proportions, and sometimes in relation to other geographical things, or the geography of the earth, and etc., etc., the sun, the moon, both physically and linguistically. This being the case, there is essentially entire tracts of truly occult or hidden literature within these ancient monuments themselves, veiled in part by those who carried out the feats of design, but also in part by the grand geometry of the grid itself, by way of such a veritable quality of life may arise therefrom. So basically, there's also just like a natural geometry to things that I guess account for or accommodate for the arising, the Goldilocks zone of of all this shit. The Masonic letter G, in a way, represents the serpent eating its own tail and the tracing of the circumference of the circle, which is a sort of magical symbol relating to the alpha and omega, or the dot in the circle, and the quandary of the manifestation of the chicken and the egg. We think of geometry linearly since that's how our minds tend to operate, when in actuality all points are simultaneous. Note also that a chicken equals 107, bitsa an egg. When we come to realize that this 666 force is the electric current itself, much will become not only obvious but also of practical value. And even harking back to the biblical prophecy in Revelation 13:13, and he performs great signs so that he even makes fire come down out of heaven to the earth in the presence of men. This relates to the myth of Prometheus, 1111, his name being indicative essentially of that descent of the fire all the way down to Malkuth, who brought the fire of the gods down to man, giving him the knowledge that manifested as civilization, technology, etc., and was thereafter cursed with immortality. And so, like, I forgot what type of bird it was, but a bird would peck out his liver, I think, and it would always regenerate. 1111 or 1111 itself resembles a sort of current of energy descending, and much has already been said regarding the 1111 phenomena and the obvious relation to the disconnect of space-time and consciousness it doth. And so it's that reflection essentially of the perceptive mechanism. I've also already mentioned how the Aeon of Horus is 1212, or 1212, using none final for Aeon, and the Aeon of Maat being 1313, or 1313, also with none final, showing a clear line of descent, or ascent, even in the numerical formulation of these magical eons, 12 being related, of course, to the 12 hours of the day which Horus represents, and 13 being the death state beyond the circle of space-time, also relating to the serpent holder, Ophiuchus or Serpentarius, and therefore the whole immortal principle. The quadratic chambers, i.e. 1010, 1111, 1212, 1313, 1414, 1515, etc., are also found to be pertinent in their Kabbalistic exegesis, though I am still deciphering them more thoroughly. The basic 9 chambers, however, represent a sort of basic linguistic map, and not even just linguistic. It's really, the more you look into things, it's really just like an underlying matrix or matrices. Again, matrices being 333, the basic number of the Ike Bekur, the field of these matrices or matrices. So descriptively concise, it can be useful as a tool for deconstructing and reconstructing conceptual frameworks from the inside out. And so again, this whole concept of numerical, like, why the hell should things fit? Like, you'd think they would be arbitrary, and people would like to say, well, oh, you can make anything equal anything. Well, you could, but if that's not what I'm doing, and that's not what you would be doing if you are sitting with, like, or not sitting, but sticking with a system such as Hebrew simply applied phonetically to the letters, whether it be English or sometimes even these other languages, Sanskrit and other transliterations. I mean, there's a lot. Punjabi, Tamil. I mean, I don't even know all the languages of the East, but I can tell that there's some phonetic, it's not arbitrary. It's like there's some phonetic system at work. And again, Godfrey Higgins in his Anacalypsis found the same to be true, that like he thought it was sort of a 16 based system. But I don't know, like studying this Samkhya and Katapayati system, it could be 18 like, who knows, but clearly there's something to this, and like it's happening outside of what people want or expect. So the fact you could say, oh, you're making things equal that, well, no, things are equaling that. And I don't know, it's confusing because there's a lot of different things, a lot of different thoughts to be accounted for. But anyway, this electrical power running holographically throughout the language, or logos, faculty, and man, and the logos is that 252 Nara number, at least in Hebrew applied to English, is what gives rise to ideation and forebrain thought contemplation, which most lower animalia lack. We have an immense capacity for self-recognition and introspection, and written and spoken language, as well as the inner dialogue, which is what has greatly sped up the advancement of psychosocial and technological progress. The lost word, which according to Achad is the breath itself, virtually unspeakable, but being spoken by everyone who inhales, al, and exhales, la. The breath, or ruach, is the spiritual life breath, which is identified with the electrical lightning flash of the descending sword. Again, sword and words essentially being equivalent, because, again, even the words of Jesus being associated with the sword, but, again, the tongue being like the sword, essentially cutting the air into words. But the sword and the stone, as has been mentioned before, is thus the personal life breath or astral light, illuminating that particular cycle of manifestation. The lights, as they're called, both in Hebrew and in Buddhist terminology. Of course, now we see even more plainly that many attempts to snuff this out and stifle it in a multitude of ways, but people are too quickly opening their mind's eyes. There is another old book I came to find called Prometheus USA from 1929 by Ernest Greenwood. And this was like right before the stock market collapse. And he has a few books. One's Aladdin USA about the origin of like the electricity market or industry or whatever. And then also one on banking, which I don't have yet, but it posits that mankind has evolved to our present state through the acquisition and development of fire. And also just this whole thing about fire, again, the cosmic fire being 666, which I've talked about, the whole treatise of cosmic fire of Alice Bailey and what that represents, the fire and electric formulas of 666, all relating to friction essentially, but really fuel. And so it's funny because this is another 107, and this whole concept of really the egg and energy and time. Kenneth Grant even says that the fuel of the UFOs is most likely time. But F-U or Vav, hey, Vav, so F-U, hey, Lamed, fuel is 47. Well, Samak makes it fuels 107. And so chemical is 107, but as we know, with 107 being XYZ and all the other things, you can kind of think of it in a sort of quantum sense. The root of qua, or quantum being qua, 107, quad being 111, going to that whole final hay thing and its fulfillment in Malkuth. But anyway, fuels is really a whole concept relating to this whole concept of fire, the cosmic fire, electricity, and again, potential future fuels, which merely take, again, cycles of time and ephemeralization and just all the processes it takes for things to get simpler. In no time we'll have fucking anti-gravity probably if we don't destroy ourselves. But the whole, because I've been looking into all the different things like the Byman Brown effect, just different things, because it has it has correlations to Eastern philosophy and mythology and legends and their siddhis and all that, the Dardura siddhi of the frog levitation power or whatever. Just this whole what's his name, this dude who's interested in beetles and beetle wings and their sort of like metamaterial properties for not thwarting but like resisting gravity in a sense. Like if you can account for the gravitational pull and then also move yourself up more, like with energy and magnetics, again, it's very complicated, sounds crazy, gets into fringe areas, but there are developments being made, DARPA, all these other contracting agencies and whatnot. They're working on this stuff. But so again, it's a big mouthful. But this whole thing about 666 and the Kabbalah of Nine Chambers, really the 333, all the different levels. It's all about the airs or winds. Francis Bacon has this whole section in his collected works on wind and winds and wind power, and how wind isn't just the terrestrial tangible wind. There's all sorts of winds. And again, cosmic winds, cosmic rays, essentially magnetism and these other more subtle and different forms of essentially the electromagnetic spectrum, metamaterials, all these, again, going back to Buckminster Fuller, all these things are tied into this ancient geometry, and it's hilarious, but it's also pathetic that humans cannot figure this out. I mean, like, some people sitting alone with nothing better to do, can, but what good is that, So, I don't know. It is kind of funny though. Like, it's like, ha ha ha. Anyway, 666 being the spirit of fire, again, relates back to the fact every culture has revered the same essential principle since the beginning of time immemorial under many, not only revered, but also abhorred, under many different aspects or auspices. Now, in the age of the Kali Yuga, typified by materialism, the electric current really is the god of the age, as it is what gives apparent life to dead matter. 666 is thus indicative of technology plus and materialism, or technology materialism, which has also already been discussed regarding the transhuman movement, also 666. See the factors of balance, where I discuss further the transhumanist agenda code. The consistency is obvious and shows that this new manifestation is just yet another installment or update of the old, and this, with the central aim of a united nation. Again, 666. Under the auspices of the 666 key of the single religion. Albert Pike referred to the true nature of this current in Morals and Dogma, page 734. There is in nature one most potent force, by means whereof a single man who could possess himself of it, and should know how to direct it, could revolutionize and change the face of the world. Oh, but what are we waiting for? This force was known to the ancients. It is a universal agent, whose supreme law is equilibrium, and whereby, if science can but learn how to control it, it will be possible to change the order of seasons, to produce in night the phenomena of day, to send a thought in an instant round the world, to heal or slay at a distance, to give our words universal success, and make them reverberate everywhere. And so obviously, especially to heal or slay at a distance, like, they're talking about the electromagnetic spectrum. Or he is talking, but again, I'm pretty sure he's talking about like what you could call, or what John Keel calls, the super spectrum, the electromagnetic spectrum and its potentials. Having been published in 1871, 20 years before the computation of 666, but also 8 years before Thomas Edison first actually produced the first reliable light bulb, the radio not being invented till the beginning of the next century, it is almost as if Pike were anticipating the revolutionary power of electromagnetic technology. He goes on. This agent, particularly revealed by the blind guesses of the disciples of Mesmer, is precisely what the adepts of the Middle Ages called the elementary matter of the great work. The Gnostics held that it composed the igneous body of the Holy Spirit, and it was adorned in the secret rites of the Sabbat or the temple, under the hieroglyphic figure of Baphomet, or the hermaphroditic goat of Mendes. There is a life principle in the world, a universal agent, wherein are two natures, and a double current of love and wrath. This ambient fluid penetrates everything. It is a ray detached. So wait, Kali is sort of the devourer, but also Yima. She can be good in a sense, but Yima, which is like another form of Yama, and then Mai, also Mai, which is like the personification of Maya in a sense, or like the personalized Maya. Mai is 61, so that can kind of be paralleled with Kali, but Yima also comes to mind, which is like Yama. So the male and the female, in a sense, it just comes to mind with 61, but it is a ray detached from the glory of the sun and fixed by the weight of the atmosphere and the central attraction. It is the body of the Holy Spirit, the universal agent, the serpent devouring his own tail. So again, it's this Akala. With this electromagnetic ether, this vital and luminous caloric, the ancients and the alchemists were familiar. Of this agent, that phase of modern ignorance turned physical science talks incoherently, knowing not of it save its effects, and theology might apply to it all its pretended definitions of spirit. Quiescent, it is appreciable by no human sense, disturbed or in movement. None can explain its mode of action, and to term it a fluid, and speak of its currents, is to but veil a profound ignorance under a cloud of words. And so again, that brings back this whole concept again, Akala, which is 53, and it makes me think of post 53 when I had, like, what prompted me to do that was this vision I had. I thought was Shiva, but I also thought it was Brahma at the time. Like, I was like, how come I think it's Brahma, but it has everything about Shiva? Basically, I had this weird, like, spontaneous insight, I guess, and it led me to discover something called Pratyabhijna philosophy. But I saw this like laughing Brahma in a sense. Like, I don't know why I think it was Brahma, because it was just so pure and like clear of a person behind everything, like underneath everything. And I saw everything as, even though it's hard and like physical, every atom is just a sort of like, it's at the middle point of its career and creation. And so I saw everything as just a sort of like a web of connections in some weird sense. Like, this just all reminds me of that, like this underlying black energy. Again, black is 61, so there you go. But this underlying energy, this background, which I think, again, it's this whole, the void is really what shapes. Pike also understood the unspeakable nature of this force, and being a double current of the two qualities of yin and yang, it is the power of nothingness, Tao Te Ching, Tao Te Ching, whose supreme law is also equilibrium. So yeah, the cosmic fire, 666, has also already been discussed previously, but the concepts are cognate. See the secret language of the soul. So like, I even was like connecting this when I wrote it. Unfortunately, mankind at large is too imbalanced to ever restore the proper order necessary to continue the way it has been for too much longer, in precisely what is said to have happened likely before to Atlantis may happen again to our present civilization by way of our inadequate handling of nuclear, biological, and electronic weapons. Incidentally, it should be no surprise that 666 is, as I have said, the formula of destruction, the obverse polarity to the life-giving nature of the sun and light, but nevertheless necessary to the cycle of manifestation, and also itself potentially creative. The destruction Naga Apep was the swallower of the sun, and the whole Seshanaga thing, basically everything is the fucking serpent, and it is swallowing its own tail. synonymous with the evil Typhon, who also represented destruction and the forces of evil. The idea that Satan is a manifestation of God, which is a funny formula to equal 666, has long been a Gnostic premise and is also revealed in 666. The formula also of God in the machine, or Deus ex machina, meaning God in or from the machine, also veiling a certain kind of plot device whereby a seemingly unsolvable pattern is suddenly and abruptly resolved by the contrived and unexpected intervention of some new event, character, ability, or object, i.e., a lost key of revelation. Thus, the stone that the builders rejected turned out to be the cornerstone, La Roche Fanaa. See Psalm 118, verse 22. Satan is merely a metaphor for the subconscious and lower aspect of the mind and the negative dispersive polarity of the electromagnetic spectrum. And so, of course, it is a manifestation of the whole, as any manifestation is essentially all from the same source, Ain. Thus, the sum of Tao, Yin, Yang, and all, or Ain, equals 666. The power of the key of it all, or the power of the key of the Ain, i.e., the fractal of manifestation, which becomes a reservoir of power when the fractal disconnect at the abyss is bridged and transcended, and the serpent transcends its self-devouring, the ego-making faculty, and becomes the dragon, representative of the immortal principle lifted out of the thraldom of cyclical manifestation. So again, the whole concept of the breaking of the egg or the cycle. And so again, 61 as the implosion. Corresponding manifestations in the outer may attend the unearthing of these numinous formulae, as they have been for quite a while now. Certain of these strands seem to be intricately connected to the very active manifestations of the same currents, and I am not surprised if this information evokes in some people a jolting response, as that is the intention of this publication. A series of jolts and shocks are needed to get the populace aware of the depth of the numerous situations and circumstances we are facing. This gematria system I have uncovered is a profound tool, used not only by occultists, but also by high and low levels of the United States government. And I have reason to suspect the United States CIA uses gematria as well, as per all the many manifestations I have thus far discovered and noted. See particularly Jade Helm 15, Black Operation. Surprise, surprise, don't be surprised. I don't mean to give away the secrets of the United States or anything, but the undeniable evidence is everywhere, obvious and unparalleled. 666 is the brand of humanity, the apex carbon life form whose entire life wave can be summed up in the contents of the 666th chamber, though that doesn't lessen the importance of the infinitude of other chambers or cells, but 666 is a particularly significant vector in the Kabbalah of 9 chambers, and itself the Kabbalah number in the Bible, secreted for anyone with understanding to understand. As the CERN O, or the CERN circuit 333, sought to open the window of the Higgs boson, also 333, H+, also the symbol of the transhuman movement. And so H+, or makes me think of the final Hey. I found the gatekeeper Karanzan to veil the Mayashan window of the 4th dimension as well. Since having an overview of the basic structure of not just the English language, but many, as well as the elastic applicability of symbols themselves to numerical transposal. The 333, or 333, is one matrix number grid. Therefore, 2 overlapping or interweaving would be what Granth terms a perichoresis, wherein one eon or matrix field gives way to another, thus causing an alteration, tear, and manipulation of the eonic field of manifestation. 666, going back to the celluloid dream, being the space, time, and light matrix field, it signifies the dual aspect nature of manifestation, each of these functions going at least two ways, in formulating the appearance of embodied existence in a given set of coordinates. So again, going to the Samkhya philosophy of Prakriti and Purusha, essentially the binary of those two creating the infinitude of space and time and its phenomena, the set of the compass, which gives the directions of the Atma Vidya knowledge or ultimate self-knowledge. So again, it's how existence is formulated into identity. Again, 107 being XYZ and the Akasha. The Higgs boson collision cannot but attempt to imitate and never fully replicate the infinite complexities of the human experience, and neither will clifothic shells of androids, no matter how dense the soft or hardware. Note that clifothic android is also 666, the number of the beast, showing that artificial intelligence is the beast, i.e., lacking the true organic source of inspiration, inner dialogue, and universal agent, spoken of by Pike, and merely an imitation, an artificial imitation human being, 666. Obviously lacking conscious life energy. So again, also the automaton is 666. There's a lot to do showing, like, obviously the human anthropos is 666 as well. And so it's just funny, this, the beast or the twins, the false, the reflection, it's just kind of funny. The trickster, the devil, the double. Obviously lacking conscious life energy and the true serpent power or astral light. So, though the two are the opposite but have the same valence, again, it is similar to the fact that the swastika has two extreme polar aspects according to its usage and intent, life or death. It is almost as if those who can't recognize the pattern are those that seem to exhibit it most, and those who see it for what it is and try to point it out are the ones who are said to be the ones in some way responsible, when really those truly responsible for, the automatic fucking bullshit that we're stuck in are acting as if they have no clue when they clearly do. These keys are being given to show the universality of this key and the wisdom it contains, but there are many other mysterious keys yet to be revealed. This one is just highly crucial in giving context to the forthcoming. 666 veils the occult knowledge of mythology, which is truly the knowledge of religion, before it was occulted by dogma, literalization, and hypocrisy. Whether Jesus was a historical person or not, 666 veils the wisdom of Jesus. And so again, it's kind of he and his whole life message speaks for itself, aside from whether or not it was one historical person, at least I think. Kind of same with fucking Hercules or whoever, and and whether the Antichrist is a historical person or not, 666 veils the wisdom of the Antichrist. Again, two sides of the same coin, both of which are simply directions, also 666, of the same energy or wisdom. Jesus died a martyr physically for spreading the eternal truth. The Antichrist realized the truth is the biggest weapon of them all, and used it as the great mechanism for the destruction of the eternal lie. This is the double current of love and wrath combining to generate the sorrows of the human life wave, cured only by a ruthless compassion. As minister of the new eon of Aquarius, I have the secret number key which unlocks the abyss lock of 666, or 666, the secret knowledge of the beast, contained in the beast number. Therefore, having also unlocked the key of it all via the sum of the cryptogram, the keys and the power of the beast have been given unto me, and I am now giving them unto you. Do to others as you would have them do to you. Luke 6:31. However, no one gave me these keys. I found most of them completely on my own. But now that I have released them, their essence will begin to seep out and penetrate the material realm, and so the destruction of illusions as conveyed in this publication may also eventually cause a destruction of illusions in the outer. as we may already see happening. The most important thing to know about the knowledge presented here is it is merely an outward map of an inner process which is for you to experience personally and know for yourself. The sum of AL 76, 4638 ABK 24 AL GMOR 3YX 2489 RPSTOVAL. Using the ordinal values for the cryptogram itself, the sum is 666, the value of Liber L of Eligius itself, and the AL cryptogram spelled out. I also recently found that the current of 93 is also 666, connecting again with another I had found a while ago, Thelema 93 current. 93 current keys also, just Thelema and keys is 95. I'm pretty sure if Crowley, Achad, and Granth, again also 666, had known of this, one of them would have written about it, or surely one of their successors. Thus is the knowledge of Iwas, which seems to have fit to this formula all along, and I am just now beginning to be able to understand that this is also the knowledge of the spider. The spider writing written of in Liber Akbish, the Book of the Spider, which says we are but different manifestations of the same essential archetypal and mythological figures. The spider is Shaitan, the one at the center of the circle, 359. The hidden one, sometimes called the sun behind the sun, the black sun of Set, whose name means stone or standing stone, i.e. the obelisk or monolith, which told the time of the sun by way of the directions of its rays. Note, the time of the sun is also the myth of the sun, 666, which is carried through all major religions. Thus, the same AL, and so again also the different names of the days of the week, i.e. the gods, and therefore also of time itself, Chronos, and his children. Thus, the same AL, which is the compass and square which measures the G, circumference of the circle of manifestation, also measures the cycles of the sun and planets, and thus time and space. The spider is yet another Typhonian totem that, along with the serpent, ties together the matrix with the astral thread, both of which have been viewed as negative entities when even their venom has been found to have healing qualities. The goal of the adept of the left-hand path is to imbibe such poisons in minute amounts over time to extract the positive aspects or kalas, and become immune from, or at least more experienced with, their negative effects. Thus, without at this point going too much further into all the various aspects in which different cultures and groups have embodied and fixated, either knowingly or not, on the formula of 666, which I essentially have so far a lot, but I will further, it will be apparent how much this current underlies many ancient and modern concepts, and the more this current manifests in the physical, the more these connections will be of relevance to unfolding events. The Angel with the Key of the Bottomless Pit, Albert Durr, 1511. The Man of Light in Iranian Sufism. And actually I'm more familiar where to go with this book, Spiritual Body and Celestial Earth, from Mazdaean Iran to Shiite Iran. And I found this like years ago. And it's got like the first half explains a lot, and actually this little 6-branched thing with the 7 Kishvars is kind of important. I don't know, it makes me think of the Hashabath in a way as well, 7 circles. But anyway, there's some other texts in here that are really important, but I should probably reread them now that I don't know, I would understand it more. Anyway, so this is a really important book. It's just kind of hard to find. Spiritual Body and Celestial Earth. But, which is funny, it's like heaven upside down. But, The Man of Light in Iranian Sufism. He brings them forth from the shadows into the light. Quran 2, chapter 2, 258. Anyone who has been moved by the supernal glory of the moment when the sun emerges from the eastern horizon has an inkling of the spirituality of light. The inchoate experience of the community of the luminous and numinous is the point of departure for the wisdom of illumination formulated by Shihabuddin Yahya Sohravardi, the great reviver of Hermetic Gnosis in Islam, who suffered a martyr's death in 12th century Syria. At the heart of Sohravardi's mystic science is the recognition that the eye of every self-aware entity is of pure immaterial light. While Sohravardi's works exercised a profound influence on spiritual and intellectual currents within Islamdom, they were never translated into Latin and thus remained virtually unknown in the West for centuries. Henry Corbin, 1903 to 1978, deserves the lion's share of credit for the redressal of this state of affairs. As a young man, Corbin was introduced to Sohravardi by his teacher, Louis Massignon, who presented him with a lithograph of the martyred sheikh's Arabic masterpiece, Hikmat al-Ishraq. The penny dropped. In his correspondence with Massignon years later, Corbin spoke of Sohravardi as Mon Sheikh, my spiritual guide. Far from merely serving as a research topic, Sohravardi had become Corbin's initiator. Thanks to Corbin's lifelong commitment to editing, translating, and most importantly, interpreting the writings of Sohravardi and his commentators, the Master of Illumination has increasingly become a source of fresh inspiration for philosophers, psychologists, artists, and mystics in the West. One might venture to compare Corbin's contemporary unveiling of the wisdom of illumination with Sohravardi's high-spirited revival of the gnosis of ancient Iran in his own era. Like that of Sohravardi, Corbin's work harmonizes critical reasoning and visionary intuition, modes of knowing now more than ever out of sync. In revalorizing imagination as an epistemological category, Corbin coined the term imaginal, an expression which has quickly gained wide interdisciplinary currency. While the presence of Sohravardi inspired and oriented Corbin's work, it by no means confined his interests. The wisdom of illumination has no use for ta'assub, fanaticism. Steeped in alchemy, angelology, color symbolism, cosmology, geosophy, grail lore, hierohistory, love theory, subtle physiology, sacred geometry, sophiology, and theophanic phenomenology, Corbin's oeuvre of some 200 critical text editions, books, and articles constitutes a monumental contribution to the fields of Islamic philosophy, Sufism, and Shiite esotericism. In the present volume, Corbin weaves the fiber of Sohravardi's metaphysics into a tapestry resplendent with the colors of German Romanticism, Mazdaism, Manichaeism, Hermeticism, and the Sufism of Ruzbehan Bakli, Najmuddin Kobra, Najmuddin Razi, Shamsuddin Lahiji, and Aleo Dawale Simnani. The awakening of the body of light is the theme. The transformative experiences of illumination described in these pages amount to nothing less than the fulfillment of a supplication that resounds to this day in mosques from the Maghreb to Java. O God, place light in my heart, and light in my soul, light upon my tongue, light in my eyes, and light in my ears. Place light at my right, light at my left, light behind me, and light before me, light above me, and light beneath me. Place light in my nerves, and light in my flesh, light in my blood, light in my hair, and light in my skin. Give me light, increase my light, make me light. Zia Inayat Khan. So, he kind of reminds me of Mircea Eliade in some ways, but just going deeper into the, obviously, Islamic and Sufic sort of side of things. But I know that I needed to get to this black light chapter, because I've mentioned it, and I think that since post 61, since black is 61, might as well. But I'm going to have to try to go through some of this so it's not completely out of context, but a lamp burning with the oil of an olive tree, which is neither of the east nor of the west, burning into flame, even though fire touch it not, and it is light upon light. Quran 24:35. The pole of orientation. So I know Mircea Eliade's book Symbolism, the Sacred and the Arts also talks about I think a few of his books talk about the axis mundi, but there's a pole, like a statue, and it talks about the pillar in there. The whole sundial thing is from the last post, makes me think of that. So the symbols of the north, orientation, the whole mandala concept. Let's see. A contemporary of Sohravardi in the southwestern Iran, Ruzbehan of Shiraz, from 1209, the imam par excellence of the Fideli d'Amour in Iranian Sufism, declares in his Diarium Spiritual that his decisive experience, his personal initiatic proof, was a series of visions referring to the heavenly pole. It was by meditating on these that he finally understood how he was personally and secretly connected with the group of the masters of initiation, symbolized by the stars stationed in the immediate vicinity of the pole star. Lastly, at the extreme east of the Iranian world, in the Trans-Oxania Najmuddin Cobra, guided the Sufism of Central Asia toward the practice of meditation with particular attention to the phenomena of light and chromatic succession that will make clear to us the significance and preeminence of the green light. And in this connection we meet again the homologue of perfect nature, the figure whom Najm Cobra calls his witness in heaven, his supersensory personal guide, son of the mystery, son of the heart, son of high knowledge, son of the spirit. Concerning this figure, Najmuddin Cobra teaches his disciple, "Thou art he," and he illustrates his affirmation by adding the impassioned words of the lover to his beloved, "Thou art myself," Anta Ana. And so that's weird because Brahma, like there's "thou art that." However, settling for the ordinary terms I and self to describe the two dimensions of this unisambo might well lead to a misunderstanding of the real situation. More often than not, self designates an impersonal or depersonalized absolute, a pure act of existing which obviously could not act as second person, the second term of a dialogic relationship. But the alternative, whether in experience or of necessity, is not the supreme deity as described in dogmatic definitions. Deus est nomen relativum. This essential and essentially individuated relationship is what is heralded in experience by the apparitional figure we are attempting to recognize here under different names. One cannot understand this relationship except in the light of the fundamental Sufi saying, "He who knows himself knows his Lord." The identity of himself and Lord does not correspond to a relationship of 1 equals 1, but of 1 times 1. And so that inevitably, that brings me, why that caught my eye, that brings me back to this notion, I guess, or this idea in that book, The Living Symbol, which is another Bollingen book, about 1, 2, and 4, how he uses 1, 2, and 4 as this sort of mandala for individuation, and the 1 and dividing into the 2, and then the cross, and thus essentially Malkuth. And again, it's sort of like the Samkhya philosophy. That whole in 124 is Eden in Hebrew. So it's just kind of funny because it's that cycle or that perfection, seemingly primordial or before time. I don't know. The identity of an essence raised to its total power by being multiplied by itself and thus put in a condition to constitute a bi-unity, a dialogic whole whose members share alternately the roles of first and of second person. Or again the state described by our mystics, when at the climax the lover has become the very substance of love. He is then both the lover and the beloved. But himself will not be that without the second person, without the thou, that is to say, without the figure who makes him able to see himself, because it is through his very own eyes that the figure looks at him. It would therefore be as wrong to reduce the two-dimensionality of this dialogic unity to a solipsism as to divide it into two essences, each of which could be itself without the other. The seriousness of the misunderstanding would be as great as the inability to distinguish between the darkness of demonic shadow that holds the light captive and the divine cloud of unknowing which gives birth to the light. For the same reason, recourse to any collective schema can only be valid if the schema is taken as a descriptive process for indicating the potentialities that are repeated in every individual case. And above all, the potentiality of the I, which is not itself without its other I, its alter ego. But such a schema by itself would never explain the real event, the intervention in the present of the perfect nature, the manifestation of the heavenly witness, the reaching of the pole. For the real event exactly implies a break with the collective, a reunion with the transcendent dimension which puts each individual person on guard against the attractions of the collective, that is to say, against every impulse to make what is spiritual a social matter. It is because of the absence of this dimension that the individual person lowers himself and succumbs to such falsifications. On the other hand, accompanied by the Sheikh al-Ghaib, his supersensory personal guide, he is led and directed toward his own center, and ambiguities cease. Or rather, to suggest a more exact image, his supersensory guide and his individual person come to be situated in relation to one another as the two foci of the ellipse. The divine and the satanic remain ambiguous so long as consciousness is unable to distinguish between what is its day and what is its night. There is an exoteric daylight so long as its conditions prevail. The midnight sun, which is the initiatic light, cannot show itself. This day and this night are unaware of one another, and nevertheless are accomplices. The soul lives in this daylight only because the night is in itself. The ending of this ambiguity is the harbinger of the midnight sun, with its horizons upon horizons. It may be the divine night of superconsciousness irradiating the field of light of consciousness, and it may be the light of consciousness overcoming the darkness of the subconsciousness, of the unconsciousness which was hemming it in. In both cases, a burst of light rends the tissue of ready-made answers. The fictions of causal relationships, of linear evolutions, of continuous currents, everything that bolsters up what people have agreed to call the sense of history. The sense of another history rising from earth to heaven is revealed. The history of an invisible spiritual mankind whose cycles of earthly pilgrimages refer to events in heaven, not to the evolutionary fatality of successive generations. This is the secret history of those who survive the deluges, that overwhelm and suffocate the spiritual senses, and who rise again one after another, time after time, into the universes toward which the same invisible forces guide them. This, then, is the orientation that has to be made clear. Where is it leading? And what makes it such that the being who takes on the effort of this upward movement is, at the same time, the being beyond, whose growing manifestation itself guarantees this progress? Hidden in this reciprocity, this act of correlation, is the whole secret of the invisible guide, the heavenly partner, the Holy Spirit of the itinerant mystic, or Salik, who, needless to repeat, is neither the shadow nor the double, as in some of our fantastic tales, but the figure of light, the image in the mirror in which the mystic contemplates, and without which he could not contemplate, the theophany, or tajalli, in the form corresponding to his being. These few remarks throw light on the way by which the present research must be pursued. The attempt must be made to establish the identity of this figure under the various names that are given to its apparitions. For this very diversity supports us in the study of religious orientations which suggest the same type of individual initiation whose fruit is reunion with the guide of light. The spiritual universe of Iran before and after the advent of Islam here becomes of the greatest importance. In its recurrent expressions, Zoroastrianism, Manichaeism, Hermeticism, and Sufism, this figure points in one direction, to the light of the north, as the threshold of the beyond, to the dwellings in the high north, which are the inner abodes secreting their own light. The mystic Orient, the Orient origin, is the heavenly pole, the point of orientation of the spiritual ascent, acting as a magnet to draw beings established in their eternal hyacity toward the palaces ablaze with immaterial matter. This is a region without any coordinates on our maps, the paradise of Yima, the earth of light. So yeah, Yima 61. The earth of light, Terra Lucida, the heavenly earth of Hercalia. The ways of approach to it are presensed in the splendor of a Visio Smaragdina, the outburst of green light characteristic, according to Najm Kobra and his school, of a specific degree of visionary apperception. Its appearance may precede or succeed the darkness at the approach to the pole, the crossing of which is the supreme ordeal of individual initiation. In other words, the theme comes either as a prelude or as a sequel to the theme of the black light, as we shall hear it described below by two masters of Iranian Sufism. Since the theme is as fertile as it is exemplary, we shall only point out here some of the connections that open up before us. To go into them into detail would call for other lines of research. The passing from the black light, from the luminous night, to the brilliance of the emerald vision will be a sign, according to Semnani, of the completed growth of the subtle organism, the resurrection body, hidden in the visible physical body. Exactly here, the connection between the experience of colored photisms and the physiology of the man of light is unveiled. The 7 subtle organs, Latifa, the 7 centers typifying the abodes of the 7 great prophets in the man of light. The growth of the man of light thus recapitulates inwardly the whole cycle of prophecy. The idea of this growth, which is the liberation of the man of light, can be read even in certain types of Iranian painting, from Manichaean painting to the Persian miniature. Finally, the physiology of the man of light, whose growth is accompanied by color photisms, each having a precise mystical significance, is an integral part of a general doctrine of colors and of the very experience of color. We point this out briefly and at the end of this chapter because this is not the first time that a meeting takes place between the genius of Goethe and the Iranian genius. So, the man of light and his guide. I wish I could read this all, but it'd take forever to edit. So the power which is in thee, the light cannot be compounded with the demonic darkness. The latter is foe's prison, from which he struggles to separate himself, and which will return to its primordial negativity. So Prometheus, Phos, and his guide. Gayat al-Hakim, the goal of the sage. it follows that every account of the attainment of perfect nature represents an actual performance of the drama of initiation, whether enacted in the dream state or in the waking state. It is attained at the center, that is, in a place filled with darkness, which comes to be illumined by a pure inner light. One such account in the same work is Hermes' recital, where it is said, "When I wished to bring to light the science of the mystery and modality of creation, I came upon a subterranean vault filled with darkness and winds. I saw nothing because of the darkness, nor could I keep a light because of the violence of the winds. Lo and behold, a person that appeared to me in my sleep in a form of the greatest beauty. He said to me, 'Take a lamp and place it under a glass to shield it from the winds. Then it will give thee light in spite of them. Then go into the underground chamber, dig in its center, and from there bring forth a certain God-made image, designed according to the rules of art. As soon as you have drawn out this image, the winds will cease to blow through the underground chamber. Then dig in its four corners, and you will bring to light the knowledge of the mysteries of creation, the causes of nature, the origins and modalities of things.' And that I said, 'Who then art thou?' He answered, 'I am thy perfect nature. If thou wishest to see me, call me by my name.'" The same account also appears word for word in a text attributed to Apollonius of Tyana, Balinus in Arabic. Here the ordeal of personal initiation consists of the efforts of the man of light, Phos, before whom the darkness of the primordial secret is transformed into a night of light. It is in this effort toward the center, the pole, and the darkness at the approach to the pole, that the guide of light, perfect nature, suddenly shows itself to him and tells him what to do to bring light into this night, to dig for the image which is the primordial revelation of the abscond datum. Having put his lamp under a glass as prescribed by perfect nature, the initiate enters the subterranean chamber. He sees a sheikh who is Hermes and who is his own image, sitting on a throne and holding an emerald tablet, which bears an inscription in Arabic, the Latin equivalent of which is Hoc est secretum mundi et scientia artis naturae. The identification of the man of light and his guide of light is established by making Phos into the light-bearer, Phosphoros. For it is both to him and through him that the perfect nature, his guide, reveals that it is in itself the secret of the light of the inaccessible divine night. The secret of the light of the inaccessible divine night. Therefore, they are so intimately united that one and the same role is played in turn, even simultaneously, by Hermes and his perfect nature. The seeing through which I know him is the same seeing through which he knows me. The word witness, martis, or testis, or shahid, has been mentioned several times, which already suggests what all these occurrences of the same figure have in common, from the Zoroastrian vision of Diana to the contemplation of the shahid in Sufism, where this witness of contemplation becomes, as in Najm Kubra, the theophonic witness of what is seen in vision. The function its name implies is made even clearer, according to whether the soul in vision sees it as light, or on the contrary sees only darkness. The soul itself testifies by its vision, for or against its own spiritual realization. Thus, the witness in heaven is called the scales of the suprasensory, Mizan al-Ghaib. The beauty of the being who is the witness of contemplation is likewise a means of weighing, since it proves the capacity or incapacity of the soul to perceive beauty as theophany par excellence. All these texts converge toward the epiphany of the same figure, whose very diverse names reveal rather than conceal its identity. The philosopher's angel or son, Diana, perfect nature, personal master and supersensory guide, son of the heart, etc. All these signs of convergence provide the indispensable context for a study of the phenomenology of the visionary experience in Iranian Sufism, where perceptions of colored lights are the manifestation of the personal spiritual guide, Shaykh al-Ghaib, in Najm Kobra, Ostad Ghaibi in Semnani. It was important to show that the examples of this experience are linked with one and the same type of essentially individual personal spiritual initiation. Further, as the reunion of the man of light and his guide, his heavenly counterpart, and the transcendent dimension of his person, this experience has seemed to us oriented and orienting in a definite direction, toward those earths whose direction can be suggested only by symbols, the symbols of the North. In effect, we have tried to show the structure and premises on which the liberation of the man of light, Prometheus Phos, depends. The liberation as an event will now make clearer to us the orientation on which it depends. We shall need to recognize to what region the supersensory guide forming a pair with its terrestrial double belongs, and in what direction it is to be revealed, namely the region and direction from which Phos originates, and back to which his guide has to lead him. In the writings of Najm Kobra, we find again the image of the well into which the exile of the Sohrawardian recital is cast. The effective emergence from the well begins when a supernatural green light shines at its mouth. Earlier we learned in Sohrawardi both the hour when the event takes place and the direction indicated by this experience of radical individuation, experienced as a reunion with the personal form of light. Midnight sun and heavenly pole, the symbols of the North taken together, will show us the direction of the mystic Orient, that is, the Orient origin, which has to be looked for not on the earthly planispheres, but at the summit of the cosmic mountain. Midnight sun and celestial pole. So again, this is why I want to read this, because it's so interesting. Because it really opens the dimensions, in a sense, of like your mind, of what you like cognizance-wise, and just again the whole thing about cognition as sits at 6, and Hafren, which is the mind, but obviously Nuos, and there's many other terms for the layers, I guess you could say, of the mind, but it's really just the fact that, I don't know, seeing through it all, because I can see this sort of the directions where it's all going. The pole is the abode of the angel Shreyosha, Sroosh. So it makes me think of the whole holy guardian angel as well. The solar, Tiferet again. The 8th climate. He talks about that in the spiritual body and celestial earth. Visios Meridina. So this is about color, photisms, whole concept of hallucinations, but just obviously perception, higher perception, orientation. The motive power to fuel this effort is the light itself. So let's see. Partners results correlatives. Manifestations of light and the guide of light. This exactly would serve as a final warning not to abuse the idea in the word shadow. The guide of light is no more the shadow than he is a positive aspect of the shadow. This figure requires us henceforth to recognize another dimension of the person, not a negativity but a transcendence. Since Najm Kobra's book is a spiritual journal rather than a didactic treatise, diarium spiritual, not unlike that of Rizbehan, the best we can do is to single out certain of its leading themes. Their lines converge. The three adversaries can only be destroyed at the price of an effort that attacks the discordant trilogy of the soul. The motive power to fuel this effort is the light itself, that is, the particle of light, the man of light, effecting the conversion of like to like. The dhikr, as a spiritual technique, plays an essential role. The spiritual energy given off by the dhikr makes possible the emergence and descent from the well. This theme recurs with an emphasis we have already pointed out. The stages of ascent are accompanied by the colored photisms that herald the growth of the subtle organs or centers of the man of light, attracted to and by the supernatural green light that shines at the mouth of the well. At the end of this ascent, the phenomena of light multiply, heralding the rejoining with the heavenly witness at the pole. Najim Kobra's entire doctrine perfectly exemplifies the archetype of individual initiation peculiar to Sufism. Light and spiritual warfare. To recognize the three adversaries means actually to catch sight of them, to experience the forms in which they appear. Far from merely constructing a theory, Najim Kobra describes real events which take place in the inner world, on the plane of visionary apperception, Maqam al-Mushahada, in an order of reality corresponding specifically to the organ of perception which is the imaginative faculty, or imaginatrix. This exactly is where creatural nature, natural existence, wujud, is at first sight complete darkness. When it begins to be purified, you will see it take on before your eyes the appearance of a black cloud. So long as it is the seat of the devil, shaitan, it has a reddish appearance. When its excrescences are corrected and annihilated and legitimate aspirations are implanted in their stead, you will see that its appearance gradually whitens and it becomes a white cloud, a cumulus. As for the lower soul, at its first appearance its color is deep blue. It seems to be an upsurge, like that of water from a spring. If the soul is the seat of the devil, it looks like a twofold upsurge of darkness and of fire, without the power to show anything else. For there is no good in devilry. Now, what pours forth from the soul overflows and spreads over the whole of a man's nature. This is why all spiritual teaching depends on the soul. When the soul is healthy and pure, what flows from it is good, and goodness germinates from natural existence. If what flows from it is evil, evil will germinate. The devil is an impure fire mixed with the darkness of impiety in monstrous form. Sometimes he takes the shape before your eyes of a gigantic negro, terrible to look upon. He makes every effort to enter into you. If you want to make him give up, recite in your heart, O thou, the help of those who ask, help me. For, as another great Sufi says, Satan laughs at all your threats. What frightens him is to see a light in your heart. That is to say, when you become aware of what he is. Now, as we have read, Supra 67, quoted in fine, 3 pages 100 through 101, he, like any other spiritual reality, is not outside of you. His attempts to enter into you are but one phase of the fight which is being waged within you. What this means precisely is that the shadow is in you. To separate yourself from the shadow is to bring about your own metamorphosis, and by this metamorphosis, to make possible the conjunction of the two currents of fire rising and falling to meet one another. Natural existence is made up of 4 elements superimposed on one another, all of which are darkness, earth, water, fire, and air, and you yourself are buried beneath them all. The only way to separate yourself from them is to act in such a way that every rightful part of you comes together with that to which it rightfully belongs. That is, by acting in such a way that each part comes together with its counterpart. Earth receives the earthy part, water the watery part, air the etheric part, fire the fiery part. When each has received its share, you will finally be delivered of these burdens. The 3 adversaries disturb the innate knowledge of the divine. They form an obstacle between the heart and the divine throne. They prevent the conjunction of the 2 rays of light. Because of them, a man finds himself at first in a state of total spiritual blindness. What is at stake in metamorphosis is therefore wholly this: either the soul having succeeded in separating itself, the man of light effects conjunction with this guide of light, his witness in heaven, Sahib Fiel Sama, or else the soul succumbs to its darkness, remains in the embrace of its Iblis, its demonic shadow. To convert one's own Iblis to Islam, as Abul Ma'ari and Attar expresses it, means to effect the destruction of the lower soul. The individual has no power to destroy Iblis in the world, but he can separate his soul from Iblis by destroying the shadow in his soul, for Iblis can weld himself to the soul only in shadow. Everything depends, therefore, on the effort directed to the central adversary, the soul with its Iblis on one side and natural existence on the other. The stages of metamorphosis are detected by means of the 3 different words used in the Quran to qualify the soul. When the third of these qualities flowers, it can be taken that the heart, or qalb, exists in actuality. The heart is the subtle center of light, the throne in the microcosm, and by that very factor the organ and place of conjunction with the light of the throne. The Trilogy of the Soul. 3 characteristics situate and constitute the trilogy of the drama of the soul. There is the extravagant lower soul, Nafs Amara, 1253, literally the imperative soul, the one which commands evil, the passionate, sensual lower ego. There is the blaming soul, Nafs Lawama, and 75.2, the one which censures, criticizes. This is self-consciousness, and is likened to the intellect, Akal, of the philosophers. Finally, there is the pacified soul, Nafs Matmayana, 89 and 87, or chapter 89, verse 87. The soul, which in the truest sense is the heart, or qalb, to which the Quran addresses the words, O pacified soul, return to your Lord, accepting and accepted. This return, which is the reunion of the 2 fiery currents, is exactly what is described in one of Najim Kobra's most significant visions. The extravagant lower soul, the ego of the common run of men, remains such as it is so long as the effects of spiritual warfare have not made themselves felt. When the effect of continuous prayer, the dhikr, penetrates it, it is as though a lamp were lighted in a darkened dwelling. Then the soul attains the degree of blaming soul. It perceives that the dwelling is cluttered with filth and wild beasts. It exerts itself to drive them out, so that the dwelling may be ready to welcome the light of the dhikr as its sovereign. This welcome will be the prelude to the opening of the pacified soul. And there are signs which make it possible to recognize respectively by visionary apperception each moment in this trilogy, each phase of metamorphosis. Thanks to these signs, the spiritual retains perfect awareness of himself. Know that the lower soul presents a sign that makes it recognizable by visionary apperception. It is a great circle that rises in front of you, entirely black, as it were of tar. Then it disappears, only to arise before you again in the aspect of a black cloud. But lo and behold, gradually, as it's arising, something is revealed, at its edges resembling the crescent of the new moon, when one of its horns appears in the sky through the clouds. Little by little it becomes a complete crescent. When the soul has become conscious of itself to the point of self-judgment, behold, it rises to the side of the right cheek in the aspect of a glowing sun, whose heat may even be felt on one's cheek. Sometimes it is visualized by the ear, sometimes before the forehead, sometimes above the head. And this blaming soul is the intelligence, Akel, or Akol, referred to by the philosophers. As for the pacified soul, it also presents a sign which makes it identifiable by visionary apperception. Sometimes it rises in front of you, forming as it were the orb of a great fountain, giving forth lights. Sometimes you visualize it in the supersensory realm as corresponding to the circle of your countenance, an orb of light, a limpid disk, similar to a perfectly polished mirror. At times, this circle may seem to rise towards your face, and the latter to vanish into it. Your face is then itself the pacified soul. Sometimes, on the contrary, you visualize the circle at a distance, as though far removed from you in the supersensory realm. There are then between you and the circle of the pacified soul 1,000 stages. If you were to draw near to one of them, you would be set on fire. From here on, the end is in sight. The path will be long and perilous. It is difficult to describe. That is, it is not easy to connect descriptions of the path in a logical and rational order, in which no moment would overlap another. Najm Cobra's diarium offers us rather the possibility of developing the theme of each phase alternately, considering them successively from several points of view, amongst which priority is given to that which applies to the force that moves the mystical pilgrim along the way. From another point of view, to perceive the effects of this spiritual energy in him will be a way of following the stages of the ascent and the concomitant growth of the organs of light, which multiplies eo ipso the possibilities of visionary apperception, leading to the vision that proclaims the integration of biunity. The green light. Lights ascending, lights descending, the dakir sinks down into the well of the heart, and at the same time lifts the mystic up out of the darkness of the well. The simultaneity of these concentric movements foretells the birth and growth of the subtle organism of light. The descriptions become more complicated and interwoven until they are resolved, as Najm Cobra tells us in the Visio Smeridina, to which these movements are the prelude. Ours is the method of alchemy, declares the Sheikh. It involves extracting the subtle organism of light from beneath the mountains under which it lies imprisoned. It may happen that you visualize yourself as lying at the bottom of a well, and the well seemingly in lively downward movement. In reality, it is you who are moving upward. This ascent, reminding of the vision of Hermes and Sohravarti, his ascent to the battlements of the throne, is the gradual emergence from the mountains, which, as we have already been told, are the four elementary natures constituting the physical organism. The inner states accompanying this emergence are translated into visions of deserts, even cities, countries, houses, which come down from above toward you and later disappear below you, as though you were seeing a dike on the shore crumble and disappear into the sea. This correspondence is precisely what provides the mystic with a decisive method by which to verify the reality of his visions. It is a guarantee against illusions, for it demands the maintenance of a rigorous balance. But there is a difference in that the visionary apperception presupposes the opening of the inner eye by the removal of the veil which darkened it, whereas the feeling of the mystic experience, Dak, is caused by a transmutation of the being and of the spirit. The mystical experience is the intimate feeling that an event is taking place within you. This transmutation includes a transmutation of the faculties of sensory perception. The five senses are changed into other senses. And what is essential here can no doubt be expressed as follows. An inversion which brings about a supersensory perception of the sensory, that is, perception of the sensory in the mundus imaginalis, which Sohravarti calls the heavenly earth of Hercalia, the terra lucida in the cosmic north, familiar to all visionary mystics such as, for example, Ibn Arabi, for whom it is the place of transfigurations, the place where the imaginative power, or imaginatrix, operates to produce scenes in which there is no tinge of demonic twilight fantasy. Looking back briefly, we can see the distance that has been covered along the mystic way. At the beginning, visionary apperception is directed to the figures and images originating in the sensory world. Later, it directly perceives persons, essences, dawat, and it is then, and the concomitants must be stressed, that the colored photisms come about. More explicitly, the intellect, like a hunter, begins by being on the lookout for suprasensory realities, the ma'ani, the hidden esoteric contents. It has a twofold net for catching them, the imaginative and the representative faculties. The visual faculty is as it were his dog, his pointer. The imagination clothes the ma'ani in appropriate attire. For example, it gives a contemptible enemy the form of a dog, a noble and generous enemy the form of a lion, etc. The science of the tabir, of dreams, is founded on this, the interpretation of symbols, that is to say, of indirect perceptions. The orbs of light. And so the event experienced, the ascent from the well, and the visualizations, the colored photisms, are synchronic and mutually verify each other because they take place at the same time as the opening of the man of light, that is, of the organs of light, the supersensory senses, of his subtle physiology. Other photisms described by Najm Kubra now tell us of his growth, which will continue until the visualization of the invisible guide, the heavenly witness, is reached. This growth is proclaimed by the vision of orbs of light forming the antithesis to the circle of darkness, perceived by the mystic in the beginning when his lower ego, Nafs Amara, was still projecting a shadow. Each of these senses transmuted into supersensory senses, or rather each of the subtle organs of light corresponding to the physical senses, is heralded by a light which is proper to it. Thus there is a light of speech, a light of hearing, etc. However, these latter are not yet experienced in the aspect of the geometrical figures so characteristic of some of Najm Kubra's visualizations, such as circles which manifest the face in the final stage of the mystic pilgrimage. Amongst other circles, there is the double circle of the eyes, two orbs of light which appear whenever one turns to the right or to the left. There is the circle of the divine light, which is manifested as equidistant from the eyes. There is the circle of vital pneuma, etc. The double circle of the two eyes come to be seen as the predominant significance, for, to the degree that the inner heavens are purified, it becomes bigger until it shows the circle of the complete face and finally the aura of the whole person of light. The phases of the appearance of this orb of light allow us to make various preliminary comparisons. It passes, in fact, through stages of growth corresponding to the phases of the moon, starting from the new moon. Because this growth is simultaneously the passage to the inner heavens, spirit and heaven are one and the same thing, we have been told. The mystic thus inwardly experiences the 28 lunar stations which correspond to the 28 letters of the Arabic alphabet. Since the latter, interpreted as letters of the philosophical alphabet, are engendered by the heaven of the moon. The double circle of the light of the eyes, or eyes of light, grows as the mystic journey progresses. Allusion was made above to the 7 categories of being, to the 7 heavens which have their counterparts in the mystic's inner world. The growth of the orbs of light refers to the inner ascent through 7 strata, from each of which proceed the letters of each heaven, in which, according to Somnani, are the latifa, the subtle organs of the physiology of the man of light. Furthermore, whatever their differences, there is something in common between the circles of which Najm Kubra speaks and every other vision or diagram in the form of a circle, made known to us from other sources, Halaj, the Druzes, just as there is homology of function between the Latifa of Semnani and the chakras, which are the centers of consciousness and the organs of supersensory perception in Mahayana Buddhism. When such and such a part of the inner heaven gradually becomes pure, the color of that sky and its magnitude in relation to the preceding heaven become visible to the mystic, until finally the circle coincides with the entire face. It may even happen, for example, when a state of happiness succeeds distress, or when fear changes to familiarity, or when torpor is succeeded by ardent desire, that all the circles of light of the face are manifested at the same time. It then seems to the mystic that the august face itself is revealed to him, irradiated by flaming circles which surround it with hymns of praise. Involuntarily he utters, "Glory be to me, glory be to me, how sublime my state," when he finds himself wholly immersed in this light. or else, retaining a sense of himself, he will utter in the third person, "Glory be to him, glory be to him, how sublime is his state." The celestial witness is a person of light, and is visible only for and by your person of light. Like can be seen only by like. The disk of darkness, the black figure, sometimes visualized by the spiritual at the beginning of his mystic journey, is not the celestial guide, the witness in heaven. The blackness or darkness is precisely the absence of the witness of light. The black color is not the witness, but the shadow. Not its shadow, but the Armenian shadow, active negativity, which prevents him from being seen. This shadow is not he, but you, for it is the shadow projected by your nafs amara, the sensual soul, your lower ego. Seeing only this shadow, you cannot see your heavenly witness. And if he is not present to you, how would he see you? How would you be present to him? When he is your witness, it is because you are present to him. He is the witness who contemplates you. You are what he contemplates. But for that very reason, he is simultaneously present to you. He is what you contemplate, for he contemplates you with the same look with which you contemplate him. Every mystic has attempted to formulate this subtle reciprocity of roles. Here, the twofold nuance of the word shahid, the eyewitness, who attests, and the one who is present, helps to express the dialogical situation. The witness can only respond for you in the correspondence of a co-response. This is why one cannot speak of a shahid who is not there. That would be an absent presence. If he is absent, if only the black figure is there, it is because you are without a shahid, without a co-respondent or personal guide. As a corollary, his appearance and degree of visibility are the scales measuring what you truly are, light or darkness, or still a mixture of the two. Thereby, and this is important for understanding the structure of Iranian Sufism, the idea of the Shahid in Najm Kubra unites, as emphasized above, with the idea of theophanic witness, a witness of contemplation, for the mystical faithful lovers. At that very point, in fact, the Shahid denotes the being whose beauty bears witness to the divine beauty, by being the divine revelation itself, the theophany par excellence. There is a subconsciousness or infraconsciousness corresponding to the level of the nafs amara, and there is a superconsciousness or supraconsciousness corresponding to the level of the nafs matmayana. In the physical order, the invisibility of an object may be due to a lack of light. It may also be due to an excess of light, to the dazzling effect of being too close to it. In the suprasensory order, that of the suprasensory senses or physiology of the man of light, the same applies. On the one hand, invisibility, absence of the shahid, which is the shadow, the Armenian darkness, the negation or captivity of the light, opposed to this the invisibility that the disciples of Najm Kubra calls the black light, the pre-origin of all that is visible, that is to say, of all light. For this very reason, the black light is the antithesis of the Armenian darkness. In both cases, there is something beyond the limits of consciousness. But in the first case, the invisibility, the absence of light, is a fact pertaining to subconsciousness. In the second case, invisibility due to an excess of brilliance, to being too close to the light, is a fact pertaining to superconsciousness or transconsciousness. And the facts of superconsciousness are individual facts, individually. Each soul has to overcome, as well as its own shadow, the collective shadow. As an exemplary fact among the facts of superconsciousness, it is necessary to recall, though the word is generally misused, the fact referred to by the idea of vocation, with all its mysterious, imperative, irrational, and inexorable connotations. The idea of vocation serves perhaps better than any other for recapitulating all that is suggested by the idea of the angel, conveyed to us in the theme of Dhyana as glory, doxa, and destiny, tiksi. in the theme of the perfect nature of the Sohrawardian Hermes, and finally in the theme of the witness in heaven of the scales of the supersensory world by Najm Kabra. In such a recapitulation, the essential, undeniable idea of individuality is seen in fact as inseparable from angelology, because it provides a basis for the idea of the angel, just as the idea of the angel is its own foundation. On this basis, the idea of individuality stands firm in the face of the attempts to justify collectivization and nominalist concepts. It saves us from the illusion of believing that it is enough to escape from the individual sphere, and by reaching the social sphere, simultaneously to reach the divine, for it is the reverse of the mystic's view of the gradations of being, as he scales the mountain of Kaf to the emerald rock at its summit, and emerges step by step above and beyond the natural realms, the vegetable world, the animal world, and the human species. Step by step, a species is revealed which does not yet include individuals. Then, the individual coexisting with the species that dominates him, then the individual coexisting with the species he dominates. Finally, from ascent to ascent, the return of the man of light to his original pleroma postulates the idea of a non-specific individual, of archetypal individuality, whose soaring flight and power, by assuming all the virtualities of species, itself becomes a unique example. The idea of an individual who is himself by species is the idea of the angel. Leibniz transposed it into the monadic concept of the soul, and this is what truly makes it possible to understand the idea of vocation as relationship with the archetype. Here exactly this specificity of an individuality being born at the end of a personal mystical initiation is made manifest as a state of dualitude, a unus ambos structure. This bi-unity is not a union of two contradictory elements, Ormazdian light and Armenian darkness, but a union of Ormazd and his own Fravardi, of twins of light, of the pacified soul and its witness in heaven, of Hermes and his perfect nature, of Phos and his guide of light, consciousness and superconsciousness, and it is light upon light. So now the black light, light without matter. The black light, light without matter. Essentially, what has just been referred to as superconsciousness, Sarir, Kafi, in Sufi terminology, cannot be a collective phenomenon. It is always something that opens up at the end of a struggle in which the protagonist is the spiritual individuality. One does not pass collectively from the sensory to the suprasensory, for this passage is the birth and expansion of the person of light. Without doubt, a mystical fraternity will result from it, but does not exist before it. Hermes is alone as he enters the subterranean chamber, following the instructions of his perfect nature. As we have seen, this gradual opening is marked by certain theophanic lights, or theophanic lights, corresponding to each stage. The correspondence of these lights, the determination of their degree of presence by and for their witness, is the very thing that thematizes the motif of the Shahid. The super-individuality of the mystic, that is to say, the transcendent dimension of the person, is conditioned by this syzygic inseparability. Once the threshold has been crossed, the perspective opens on the peripatetics of a secret history, the stages of the spiritual journey, the perils and triumphs of the person of light, the occultations and reappearances of his Shahid. To follow these to the end in detail would require a thorough study of the whole of Iranian Sufism, whereas we must limit ourselves here to pointing out some further essential features, borrowed from 3 or 4 of the great masters. The dimension of superconsciousness is symbolically heralded by the black light, according to Najm Razi and Muhammad Lahiji. This constitutes the highest spiritual stage, according to Semnamni, It marks the most perilous initiatic step, the stage immediately preceding the ultimate theophany, which is heralded by the green light. In any case, there are obstacles of the highest significance between the Visio Smaragdina and the black light due to their contiguity. The idea of black light, or Persian nure or nuri siyah, is above all what obliges us to distinguish between two dimensions which could not be accounted for by a one-dimensional or undifferentiable unconscious. To the extent that the mystical language comes to symbolize with physical experience, it seems that the latter perfectly illustrates the idea of a polarity not so much between consciousness and the unconscious as between a superconsciousness and a subconsciousness. There is one darkness which is matter, and there is another darkness which is an absence of matter. Physicists distinguish between the blackness of matter and the blackness of the stratosphere. On the one hand, there is the black body, a body that absorbs all light without distinction of color. This is what is seen in a dark furnace. When heated, it passes from black to red, then to white, then to white-red. All this light is light absorbed by matter and re-emitted by it. This is also so in the case of the particle of light, the man of light, or phos, absorbed in the dark well, nafs amara, which, according to Najim Kobra and Sohravardi, is compelled by the fire of the takir to liberate the particle, to re-emit it. This, then, is the black figure, the well or dark furnace. It is the lower darkness, the infraconscious or subconscious. But there is another light, a light without matter, which becomes visible when released from this already made matter that had absorbed it. The darkness above is the blackness of the stratosphere, of stellar space, of the black sky. In mystical terms, it corresponds to the light of the divine self in itself, Nere Da'at, Nere Da'at. The black light of the Deus Absconditus, the hidden treasure that aspires to reveal itself, to create perception in order to reveal to itself the object of its perception, and which thus can only manifest itself by veiling itself in the object state. This divine darkness does not refer, therefore, to the lower darkness, that of the black body, the infraconsciousness or nafs amara, but to the black heavens, the black light in which the ipseity of the Deus Absconditus or Deus Absconditus is presensed by the superconsciousness. We therefore need a metaphysics of light whose paths will be mapped by the mystic's spiritual experience of colors, especially, in the present case, the experience of the Iranian Sufis. Their visionary apperception of colored lights postulates an idea of pure color, consisting of an act of light, which actualizes its own matter, that is, which actualizes in differentiated stages the potentiality of the hidden treasure, aspiring to reveal itself. More certain and more direct than any other is the reference in an earlier chapter that takes us back to the distinction established in one of the great mystical recitals of Avicenna between the darkness at the approaches to the pole and the darkness reigning at the far west of matter. The latter is the darkness whose behavior in regard to light is described by physics. These are the forces of darkness that retain the light, obstruct its passage, the forces of the black object which absorbs light, and which in the Oriental theosophy of Sohravardi is called by the characteristic ancient Iranian term of barzakh, screen or barrier. On the other hand, the darkness at the approaches to the pole is the region of the black light, which exists before all the matter that it will itself actualize in order to be received in it, and in it to become visible light. The antithesis is established between the black light of the pole and the darkness of the material black body, and not simply between light and the darkness of matter. Between the material black body, typified for example by the nafs amara, from which the light seeks to escape, and the pre-material black light, that of the divine ipseity, The whole universe of lights extends upwards, and in their actuality, as lights become colors in an autonomous state of life and substantiality. Since their entire effort tends to free them from a matter which would be foreign to their action, and in which they are sometimes captive, the meaning of Manichaean painting and its influence on Persian miniatures, they do not even need to settle on the surface of an object which could be their prison in order to be colors. These lights, made into colors in the very act of becoming light, have to be represented as creating for themselves, out of their own life and nature, their form and their space, that spicitudo spiritualis, to borrow again an expression of Henry Moore's, which is the place of the suprasensory perceptions described by Najim Kabra and his disciples. These pure lights, forming, according to Sohrawardi, a twofold order, longitudinal and latitudinal, mothers and archetypes, are, in the act of light which constitutes them, constitutive of their own theosophic form, mazar. The acts of light, photism, ishrakat, actualize their own receptacles which make the light visible. Light without matter means here the light whose act actualizes its own. Light without matter means here the light whose act actualizes its own matter. Again, according to Sohrawardi, material bodies are never the sufficient reasons for the properties which they manifest. In relation to the matter of the black body, invested with the forces of obscurity, Ahrimanian darkness, it is no doubt equivalent to an immaterialization. More exactly, it is matter in the subtle etheric state, or latif, the act of the light, and not antagonist to light. It is the incandescence of the mundus imaginalis, or alam al-mathal, the world of autonomous figures and forms, the heavenly earth of Hercalia, which secretes its own light. To see things in Hercalia, as certain Sufi sheikhs say, is to see them in that state which can only be perceived by the suprasensory senses. This perception is not a passively received impression of a material object, but activity of the subject, that is, conditioned by the physiology of the man of light. In this context, the Goethean doctrine of physiological colors finds its place spontaneously. We shall learn further that the black light is that of the divine ipseity as the light of revelation, which makes one see. Precisely what makes one see, that is to say, light as absolute subject, can in no wise become a visible object. It is in this sense that the light of lights, Nur al-Anwar, that by which all visible lights are made visible, is both light and darkness, that is visible because it brings about vision, but in itself invisible. Henceforth also, when speaking of color as a mixture of light and darkness, we should not understand it as a mixture with the Ahrimanian shadow, even if it were only the shadow of the black object. The 7 colors emerge on the level of the most transparent of bodies. This mixture is to be understood as the relation of the act of light with the infinite potentiality which aspires to reveal itself. I was a hidden treasure, I wanted to be known, that is, as the epiphanic act, in the night of the absconditum. But this divine night is the antithesis of the Ahrimanian darkness. It is the source of the epiphanies of the light which the Ahrimanian darkness later seeks to engulf. The world of colors in the pure state, that is, the orbs of light, is the totality of the acts of this light, which makes them lights and cannot itself be manifested except by these acts, without ever being itself visible. And all these receptacles, these theophanic forms, which it creates in these very acts, which make it manifest, are always in correlation with the state of the mystic, i.e., with the activity of the particle of light in man, which seeks to rediscover its like. Perhaps we can glimpse the correlation which requires us, on the one hand, to distinguish between the superconscious and the subconscious, and on the other hand between the black light and the blackness of the black object. And this completes the summary of orientation which we have sought to establish in the present essay, admittedly in very imperfect terms. 2. The Doctrine of Photisms according to Najim Razi, 1256. Najim Razi, direct disciple of Najim Kabra, is the author of a mystical treatise in Persian still in current use today in Iranian Sufism, wherein the chapters particularly related to our subject deal with visionary apperceptions, or mushahadat, and the unveilings of the suprasensory, or mukashafat. Their leitmotif makes the distinction between the theophanies or apparitions of divine lights, which are those of the lights of majesty, and the theophanies, which are those of the lights of beauty. Majesty, i.e., rigor, inaccessible sublimity, and beauty, fascination, attraction, and graciousness. These are the two great categories of attributes which refer respectively to the divine being as Deus absconditus and as Deus revelatus. Beauty being the supreme theophany, or divine self-revelation. In fact, they are inseparable, and there is a constant interplay between the inaccessible majesty of beauty and the fascinating beauty of inaccessible majesty. The interplay, and even such that Najim Kabra, when comparing their relation to that of the masculine and feminine principles, perceives a transference corresponding to a mutual exchange of the masculine and feminine attributes. And to suggest that their twofoldness is necessary for the spiritual individuality to be born, he quotes this saying of the Sufi Abu Bakr Wasiti: "The attribute of majesty and the attribute of beauty intermingle. From their union the spirit is born. The sun is an illusion to partial reality, the father and mother an illusion to total reality." According to Najim Razi, photisms, pure lights and colored lights, refer to the attributes of beauty. The black light refers to the attributes of majesty. He outlines the physiology of the man of light, concurrently with the theory of the unveilings of the suprasensory world. First of all, as a general rule, the capacity to perceive suprasensory lights is proportionate to the degree of polishing, chiefly, the work of the dakir, which brings the heart to the state of perfect mirror. In the beginning, these lights are manifested as ephemeral flashes. The more perfect the transparency, the specularity of the mirror, the more they grow, the longer they last, the more diverse they become, until they manifest the form of heavenly entities. As a general rule also, the source where these lights take shape is the spiritual entity of the mystic, his ruhaniyat, the very same as we have seen in Sorovardi and the Hermeticists under the name of perfect nature, the philosopher's angel. But besides this, we have to take into consideration that every spiritual state, every function, every feeling, every act, has its spiritual entity, its angel, which manifests itself in the light proper to it. Prophecy, Nobawat, initiation, Waliyat, and the spirits of the initiates, Awliya, the great sheikhs of Sufism, the Quran, the profession of Islam, the fidelity of faith, Iman, even every form of dhikr, every form of divine office and worship, each one of these realities is expressed in a light proper to it. In the description given by our author of the suprasensory phenomena of pure light, what we note in short is the following. Brief flashes and flames most often originate from the liturgical acts, prayer, ritual ablution, etc. A longer and brighter light is that from the Quran or from the dhikr. There may be visualization of the well-known verse from the chapter, Light, 24:35. The image of his light is that of a niche wherein there is a lamp. The lamp is in a case of glass. Here the niche of lights manifests a light of the prophecy or else of the initiatic quality of the sheikh. Tapers, lamps, and live embers manifest the different forms of dhikr, or else are an effect of the light of gnosis. All the forms of stars which are shown in the skies of the heart, Asman Idel, are, as in Najim Kabra, lights manifesting the angel, i.e. the esoteric aspect of the astronomical sky that is its homologue, Batin-i-Falak. According to the heart's degree of purity, the star may be seen without its sky, or else with its sky. In the latter case, the sky is the subtle astral mass of the heart, whereas the star is the light of the spirit. The constellated figures manifest the anime coelestes, or anime coelestes. Sun and moon may appear in various positions, each of which has its meaning. The full moon in the sky of the heart manifests the effects of the initiation corresponding to the degree of lunar initiation, Walayati Kamariya. The sun manifests the effects of the solar or total initiation, Walayat Kaliya. Several suns together are a manifestation of the perfect initiates, Auliya Ikoli. Sun and moon contemplated together are the joint manifestation of the form of the Sheikh in the form of the absolute initiator. Sun, moon, and stars may appear as though immersed either in the sea or in running water, or, on the contrary, in motionless water, sometimes in a well. All the mystics recognize there the lights of their spiritual entity. These immersions in a transparent element proclaim the extreme purity of the heart, the state of the pacified soul, which, at the boundary, will allow the rays of the divine lights to pierce through all the veils. This is the meaning of the verse in the Surah of the Star. The heart does not belie what it has seen. 53:11. The mystical sense which sanctions the prophet's visions, my heart has seen my Lord in the most beautiful of forms, and the theophanies vouchsafed to Abraham and Moses. Najim Razi knows it. It may be asked whether all these theophanies take place in the inner esoteric world, or rather in the outer exoteric world. His answer is that anyone who asks this kind of question remains far from the real situation where the two worlds meet and coincide. In one case, it may be that the suprasensory perception is awakened and stimulated by a sensory perception between the sensory, Hissi, and the suprasensory, Gabi, and the exoteric, Zahir, and the esoteric, Batin. There is synchronism and symbolism. These are even the foundation and criterion of visionary apperception. In another instance, a direct perception of the suprasensory by the organ of the heart may come about with a sensory organ of physical support. See Supra 4.1, Aura and Auric Perception. In either case, this organ of the heart, with the spiritual energy of the imaginatrix, effects a transmutation of the sensory so that it is perceived in Hercalia, on the plane of the mundus imaginalis, the imaginal world wherein what is corporeal becomes spirit and what is spiritual assumes a body. Our method is that of alchemy, said Najim Kabra. This is the meaning derived by spiritual hermeneutics from the verse on the light. God is the light of the heavens and of the earth. 24:35. For in reality and in the true sense, what makes manifest, that is, light, and that which is manifested, mazar, the theophanic form, what sees and what is seen are the divine being himself. When the meaning of Abraham's exclamation, "This is my Lord," has been mystically understood, then sensory and suprasensory, exoteric and esoteric, apparent and hidden, will be one and the same thing. Semnani perceives in another verse of the Quran, 41:53, the very principle of the inward movement whereby every outer datum becomes an event pertaining to the soul, bringing historical, physical time, zaman afaki, or afaki, back to inner psychic time, zaman anfosi. This is the final end toward which all mystic ways converge. It is the spiritual abode where the gaze of the one who contemplates the beauty of the witness of contemplation, Shahid, in the mirror of the inner eye, the eye of the heart, is none other than the gaze of the witness. I am the mirror of thy face. Through thine own eyes I look upon thy countenance. The contemplated is the contemplator, and vice versa. We have already attempted here to approach the secret of this mystical reciprocity, a paradox which cannot be better expressed than in terms of light. Najim Razi pursues the attempt to the limit. If the light rises in the sky of the heart, taking the form of one or of several light-giving moons, the two eyes are closed to this world and to the other. If this light rises and, in the utterly pure inner man, attains the brightness of the sun or of many suns, the mystic is no longer aware of this world nor of the other. He sees only his own Lord under the veil of the Spirit. Then his heart is nothing but light. His subtle body is light, his material covering is light, his hearing, his sight, his hand, his exterior, his interior are nothing but light, his mouth and his tongue also. The photisms of pure light thus described correspond to the state of the heart which is that of the pacified soul. The colored photisms which Najim Razi proceeds to describe rise step by step from the moment when the spiritual individuality is triumphantly freed from the lower ego, amaragi, and, on reaching the degree of consciousness, lawamagi, makes its way to the degree of the pacified soul, the threshold of the beyond. Then the mystic enters the first valley, following an itinerary, the successive stages of which are marked by the visualization of colored lights, leading him to the seventh valley, the valley of black light. So that makes me think again of that 7-circle pattern, and then the Hashabath, and just this whole concept of colors, the rainbow, the Antakarana, and that sort of higher veil, I guess, of 777. But here we should note certain features through which the originality of each of the Iranian Sufi masters become apparent. Pay no heed to the immutable rigidity of a certain tradition put together in our day in the West. Whereas Semnani connects the colored lights to the 7 centers or organs of subtle physiology, Latifa, Najim Razi relates them simply to spiritual states. He outlines, however, in connection with the unveilings of the suprasensory, a physiology of the subtle organs, of which in his theory there are only 5. What is more, the colored lights are differently graded and in a quite different order in the respective works of these two masters. According to the Najim Razi, the colors visualized by the suprasensory organ or senses are graded in the following order. At the first stage, the light visualized is white light. It is the sign of Islam. At the second stage, yellow light. This is the sign of the fidelity of faith, Iman. At the third stage, the light is dark blue, Kabud. It is the sign of benevolence, Ihsan. At the fourth stage, the light is green. This is the sign of tranquility of the soul, the pacified soul, Matmayana. Perception of the green light thus agrees as to its meaning, if not as to its place in the order of succession, with the perception of the green light in Najim Kobra's treatise regarding Semnani's, see Infra 6.1. At the fifth stage, azure blue light, this is the sign of firm assurance or ikan. At the sixth stage, red light, the sign of mystical gnosis, theosophical knowledge. In Najim Kobra, it is the color of the nuos, or active intelligence. At the seventh stage, black light, nur-i-siyah, is the sign of passionate, ecstatic love. The first 6 steps thus correspond to the lights which Najim Razi describes as lights of the attribute of beauty, theophanic lights which illuminate. The black light is that of the attribute of majesty, which sets the mystic's being on fire. It is not contemplated, it attacks, invades, annihilates, then annihilates annihilation. It shatters the supreme theurgy, talazum-i-azam, that is, the apparatus of the human organism. This term incidentally occurs also in Sohravardi's vocabulary. Their conjunction is, however, essential. See Wasidi's text cited above. Thus it is inaccessible majesty which is revealed in alluring beauty, and beauty which is revealed majesty. But this revelation presupposes a form, a receptacle, mazar, to receive it. Najim Razi affirms that there is light and darkness wherever you look, and that this is why the Quran, in reference to light and darkness, speaks not of a creation or created state, khalqiyat, but of a primordial establishment, jaliyat, conditioning the very coming into existence of being. Light and darkness are not things alongside other things, but are categories of things. This preliminary orientation will then save us from confusing the divine night, the abscondity of the essence which causes light to be revealed, and the darkness here below, the demonic darkness which holds the light captive and does not allow it to escape. This darkness is not what makes the light manifest, it releases it when forced to do so. But if all light so released is visible as light, if therefore the light calls for a matter, a receptacle to condition this visibility, then the matter in question is not that of the lower darkness. Here the importance is felt, as we have been reminded many times, of the world of subtle matter, mundus imaginalis, alam al-mithal, in the cosmology professed by all our spiritual seekers. Subtle matter is the esoteric heavens of the heart, its astral mass, and so forth. The suprasensory phenomena of colored lights are produced by this matter because it is the act itself of light, not the antagonist of light. Divine night, Deus absconditus, as the source and origin of all light, Deus revelatus, is not a compound of the demonic and the divine, but this divine light, once revealed, may well fall into the captivity in Aramaean darkness. This drama is admirably described by the Manichaean cosmogony as an ever-present drama with inexhaustible variance, up to and including confusion of the social with the divine. It makes me think of the Nirguna and Saguna Brahman, or Brahma as well, like night and day Brahma. As to the theory of the subtle organs, according to Najim Razi, while differing from Simnani's theory, it nevertheless opens the way to the latter. The theory proceeds essentially from the tradition, or hadith, which states, God has 70,000 veils of light and of darkness. If he removed them, the brilliance of his face would burn up all that met his look. These veils are the totality of all the sensory and suprasensory universes, Mulk and Malakut, Shahadat, and Gaibat. The figure which determines the number qualitatively, following the above tradition, is 70,000. But there are variants. Some traditions mention 18,000 worlds, others 360,000 worlds. Now, all these worlds are existent in the inner world of man, in his subtle or esoteric, Nahan or Batin, being, which includes as many eyes as there are worlds. Through these eyes, man perceives respectively each of these worlds, by the living experience of the spiritual state in which each of these worlds becomes manifest in him. Thus he possesses 70,000 eyes, among which are the 5 outer senses attached to the bodily realities of sensory matter, the 5 inner senses, the 5 energies of organic physiology. But these, one suspects already, are only a small part of the energies of the whole man to whom suprasensory senses are available. And so the term makashafat, unveilings, is never used by Sufis, as Najim Razi points out, in reference to objects of a perception deriving from the 3 categories of faculties just enumerated, but only in reference to suprasensory realities. It thus implies, eo ipso, the idea of unveilings of suprasensory things that come about in the case of the Sahib-e-Kashaf, a term which again cannot be better translated than by the word clairvoyant. When the clairvoyant commits himself to the tariqat, or mystical journey, following the rules of spiritual warfare under the direction of the master of initiation, wali, and the sheikh, he passes in succession through all these veils. At each station, maqam, an inner eye opens in him correspondingly, and he perceives all the modes of being or spiritual states relating to that station. This perception is effected by the suprasensory faculties or organs of the subtle physiology of the clairvoyant, which in each generation are imparted to a small group of humans. While Semnani enumerates 7 subtle organs or latifa, Najim Razi takes them as 5 only: the intellect, the heart, the spirit, the superconsciousness or seer, and the arcanum or transconsciousness, kafi. Each of these suprasensory faculties perceives its own world. This is why we hear of an unveiling to the intellect, kashaf-i-akli. The majority of philosophers have not gone beyond that. An unveiling to the heart, makashafat-i-del, or visions of the various colored lights. Unveilings to the spirit, makashafat-ruhi, assumptions to heaven, visions of angels, perception of past and future in their permanent state. Finally, unveilings to the superconsciousness and to the arcanum. There, the time and space of the beyond are revealed. What was seen from this side is seen from the other side. And all these organs are indeterminate in regards to the others, each transmitting to the next what has been granted and unveiled to itself. And the next receives this in the form proper to itself. The further the mystic progresses on the 7 steps of the heart, by confirming his being to the moribus divinus or divinus, Takalik biatlak Allah, the more these unveilings multiply for him. 3. The Black Light in the Rose Garden of Mystery, 1317. The long Persian poem bearing the title of Gulshan-i-Raz, the Rose Garden of Mystery, comprising about 1,500 couplets, is the work of Mahmud Shabastari. This work has been read closely and continuously in Iran until now, but its extreme consciousness. In it, the author answers many questions gathered by one of his friends concerning the high doctrines of Sufism, has motivated the writing of any number of commentaries. Among these, the most complete and among the most frequently studied in Iran until today is that of the Shamsuddin Lahiji. Its scope and content make it a veritable compendium of Sufism. A feature reported in the biography of Lahiji demonstrates to what point the doctrine of colored photisms, showing the mystic his degree of progress on the spiritual way, is reflected in the detail of his daily life. It suggests to him, in fact, that he can wear garments whose colors correspond to those of the lights, successively characterizing his spiritual state. The experience is thus translated practically into the symbols of a personal liturgy, coinciding with the very current of life. Qazi Nurullah Shostari relates that during the time when Shah Ismail established his power in the province of Fars, or Perses, and Shiraz, the sovereign wished to visit the sheikh. When he met him, he asked, "Why have you chosen always to wear black clothing?" "In mourning for the Imam Hussein," answered the sheikh. But the king remarked, "It has been established that only 10 days each year should be devoted to mourning the holy Imam." "No," replied the sheikh, "that is a human error. In reality, the mourning for the holy Imam is a permanent mourning. It will not end until the dawn of the resurrection." Obviously, one can hear in this answer testimony to the fervor of a Shiite, at the heart of whose meditations remains the drama of Karbala, just as the drama of Christ's Passion is at the heart of Christian piety. But another intention can also be seen in the wearing of this black clothing, an intention corresponding precisely to the practice by certain groups in Sufism of wearing clothing of the same color as that of the light contemplated in the mystic station they had attained. In this way, a chromatic harmony is established between the esoteric and the exoteric, the hidden and the apparent. Thus, in the first stages, blue, kabud, clothing is worn. At the highest stage, black clothing would have corresponded to the black light. Is this then indeed the meaning which we find in this personal practice of Lahiji, which so astonished Shah Ismail? A poem composed by one of his own disciples in praise of the Sheikh seems indeed to confirm this. In any case, the pages where Lahiji unfolds the theme of the black light in commenting on Mahmud Shabastari's poem are of capital importance when it comes to making a clear distinction between the divine night and the Ahrimanian darkness. The black light is the light of the pure essence in its obscenity, in its abscondity. The ability to perceive it depends on a spiritual state described as reabsorption in God, fana fi Allah. The state in which Samnani perceives the danger of a supreme ordeal from which, according to him, the mystic rises again on the threshold of the Visio Smerodina, the green light then being raised to the rank of the highest light of the mystery. Comparative study of these visions is of exceptional interest. It would call for ample meditation and can only be outlined here. While following the exact words of the poet, Lahiji's commentary as it develops affords a glimpse of the precise lines of its development as a series of steps. 3 moments become distinct, namely, an effort to approach the idea of the black light from all sides, then to describe the superconsciousness it postulates, an unknowingness which, as such, is knowing. Lastly, this luminous night is identified with the state of mystical poverty in the true sense, the very sense in which the Sufi is described as poor in spirit, darwish or dervish. To encompass the idea of black light is all the more difficult in that it bursts forth in a twofold way. It erupts in the presence of things. It means a particular way of seeing them, which provides the author with the theme of the black face of beings, Sia Rui. And it erupts the absence of things, when the intelligence, turning away from what is manifested, endeavors to understand who is manifested and revealed. This is the theme of pure essence, of divine ipseity as absolute subject, whose inaccessibility the author suggests by speaking of excessive proximity and bedazzlement. This is where the theme of mystical poverty brings a denouement, or denouement, to a dialectically inextricable situation, the coexistence of the absolute subject and individual subjects of the one and the many. As for the first theme, there is no better means of placing it than by referring to Sheikh Lahiji's own testimony, since on many occasions he illustrates his commentary with facts drawn from his personal experience. Here is his account of a vision. I saw myself, writes the Sheikh, present in a world of light. Mountains and deserts were iridescent with lights of all colors, red, yellow, white, blue. I was experiencing a consuming nostalgia for them. I was as though stricken with madness and snatched out of myself by the violence of the intimate emotion and feeling of the presence. Suddenly I saw that the black light was invading the entire universe. Heaven and earth and everything that was there had wholly become black light, and behold, I was totally absorbed in this light, losing consciousness. Then I came back to myself. The recital of this vision at once suggests a comparison with one of the great ecstatic confessions of Mir Damad. There is something in common between the black light swallowing up the universe and Mir Damad's perception of the great occult clamor of beings, the silent clamor of their metaphysical distress. The black light reveals the very secret of being, which can only be as made to be. All beings have a twofold face, a face of light and a black face. The luminous face, the face of day, is the only one that, without understanding, the common run of men perceive, the apparent evidence of their act of existing. Their black face, the one the mystic perceives, is their poverty. They have nothing with which to be, they cannot be sufficient unto themselves in order to be what they have to be. It is the in-essence of their essence. The totality of their being is their daylight face and their night face. Their daylight face is the making of essence out of their in-essence by the absolute subject. This is the mystical meaning of the verse in the Quran, everything perishes except his face, 2888. That is, except the face of light of that thing. Now, what those two faces show the visionary is the twofold dimension of being precisely analyzed in Avicenna's ontology as the dimension of necessary being and the dimension of contingent being. In fact, there is, strictly speaking, no contingency. There is actualized possibility, and every possibility to be actualized necessarily exists from the very fact that its perfect cause, its sufficient reason, is given. It could not be. However, this dimension of possibility remains latent in the heart itself of the actualized possibility, in the sense that its dimension of necessary being, its capacity to be, comes to it from its connection with the source from which it emanates, whereas its dimension of possibility, that is to say, its metaphysical indigence, is perceived as soon as it regards itself, fictitiously to be sure and in a hypothetical way, as separated from the principle whence its necessary being derives. As one knows, the entire Avicennan theory of the procession of the cherubinic intelligences, the emanators of the heavens and of the earth, is based on acts of contemplation directed to these dimensions of intelligibility. The visionary eruption of this twofold dimension, positive and negative, is the vision of the black light. Even from the primordial origin of the pleroma, from the eternal instant of the arising of the first of the intelligences, the first of the Corbin, or angel logos, the twofold dimension of every existentialized being is already manifested, its face of light and its black face. This is what led Iranian Avicennans to compare the Avicennan cosmology with the Zurvanist cosmology of ancient Iran. No doubt there is a diagrammatic homology as regards the form, but, as we have already noted elsewhere, this would be correct only if referred to exorcised, de-Satanized Zurvanism, for the black face that shows itself from the first act of being is not Aramainian darkness, but the secret of the creatural condition that has its origin in the darkness at the approaches to the pole, that is, in the very mystery of the setting up of creation. The Aramainian darkness is in the extreme Occident, the region of materialized matter. That is why Lahiji and the mystic on whom he is commenting repeat, exactly as Avicenna said in the recital of Hayy ibn Yaqzan, that in this darkness at the approaches to the pole is to be found the water of life. To find this wellspring demands the penetration of the meaning of the twofold face of things, and to understand that is to understand at the same time the mystical implications of Avicenna's philosophy, attested by the perspectives it opened up to Iranian spirituals. Here, alas, is where the impoverished rationalism of modern interpreters of Avicenna in the West reveals its impotence and incurable blindness. As Lahiji says, one does not learn to find the waters of life in the darkness simply by hearsay and by reading books. The Avicennan analysis of the twofold dimension of established being bore fruit until the time of the Renaissance of philosophy in Iran in the 16th and 17th centuries. It is present in the metaphysics of light, elaborated by Sohravardi in terms of a metaphysics of essence, as well as in the works of his great interpreter, Molla Sadra Shirazi, died 1640, who gave the existential version of the Oriental theosophy. It is traditionally repeated from Molla Sadra down to Sheikh Ahmad Asai, the founder of the Shakiite school in Shi'ism, that the act of existing is the dimension of light of beings, whereas their quiddity is their dimension of darkness. And this cannot be understood without going back to the Avicennan origins. the metaphysical indigence of beings analyzed in Avicennan ontology is translated and experienced by Lahiji as a feeling of authentic mystical poverty. By experiencing this, the visionary contemplates the mysterious black light that permeates the entire universe. It is certainly not the Aramanian inversion and subversion that transports him in ecstasy, but the presence whose supra-being consists in causing to be, and which for that reason can never itself be caused to be, nor seen as being, forever invisible while causing to see in its permanent actuation of each act of being. That is why there is a profound connection between the meaning of the black light perceived in the presence of things when they reveal to their visionary their twofold face, and its meaning as he perceives it when things absent themselves from him and he turns toward the principle. These two themes are so deeply linked together that the second appears as the basis of the first. It is in the second sense that Lahiji declares that black is the color of the pure divine ipseity in itself, in the same way that to Najim Razi, this color applied only to the attributes of inaccessible majesty, to the Deus absconditus. When he comments on the verse of the Rose Garden of Mystery, the black color, if you follow me, is light of pure ipseity. Within this darkness is the water of life. Verse 123. What does Lahiji mean in this case by speaking of a bedazzlement and a blindness whose cause is certainly not extreme distance, but too great a proximity? The eye of inner vision, the suprasensory senses themselves, are darkened thereby. To understand the Sheikh's intention and his terminology, let us first recall the implications of Avicenna's ontology. The metaphysical indigence of beings, their inessence, implying that they would have nothing with which to be, if necessary being did not compensate for their lack. We referred just now to the existential version of the Avicenna Sohrawardi metaphysics in Mullasadra. Sadra gives the determinant metaphysical precedence to the act of existing, not to quiddity or essence. It can be said that Mullah Sadra of Shiraz, here as elsewhere, reveals his own formation as an Avicennan strongly imbued with the theosophy of Sohrawardi, and with that of Ibn Arabi. But well before him, there were spiritualists in Iran who had read both Avicenna and Ibn Arabi. Lahiji was one of them, and no doubt he was able to give the lie to misinterpretations inflicted in the West on the thought of his two masters, so different incidentally from each other. The famous expression Wahadat al-Wujud does not signify an existential monism. It has no connection either with Hegel or with Haeckel, but refers to the transcendental unity of being. The act of being does not take on different meanings, it remains unique, while multiplying itself in the actualities of the beings that it causes to be. An unconditioned subject which is never itself caused to be. So this too-closeness spoken of Lahiji, the bedazzlement of black light, is understood when every act of being or every act of light is related to its principle. In other words, light cannot be seen precisely because it is what causes seeing. We do not see light, we see only its receptacles. This is why lights visible on suprasensory planes necessitate the idea of pure colors, as previously outlined, which are actualized eo ipso by their act of light as receptacles that are the matter of pure light, and not needing to fall into a matter foreign to their act of light. This being so, it is impossible to withdraw enough to see the light which is the cause of seeing, since in every act of seeing it is already there. This is the proximity that the mystics speak of when he expresses his amazement, that you bring yourself so near to me that I come to think that you are me. We can neither see light when there is nothing to receive it, nor where it is swallowed up. By trying to place ourselves in front of the cause of seeing, which itself can but remain invisible, we find ourselves in front of darkness. and that is the darkness at the approaches to the pole. For we cannot take as an object of knowledge precisely what enables us to know each object, what enables any object to exist as such. That is why Lahiji speaks of a proximity that dazzles. On the other hand, the demonic shadow is not the light, itself invisible, which causes seeing, but is the darkness that prevents seeing, as the darkness of the subconscious prevents seeing. The black light, on the other hand, is that which cannot itself be seen, because it is the cause of seeing. It cannot be object, since it is absolute subject. It dazzles as the light of superconsciousness dazzles. Therefore it is said in the Rose Garden of Mystery, "Renounce seeing, for here it is not a question of seeing." Only a knowledge which is a theophanic experience can be knowledge of the divine being. But in relation to the divine ipseity, this knowledge is a not knowing, because knowledge presupposes a subject and an object, the seer and the seen, whereas divine ipseity, black light, excludes this correlation. To transmute this unknowingness into knowledge would be to recognize who the true subject of knowledge is, in a supreme act of metaphysical renunciation, where Lahiji testifies to his sense of the poverty of the dervish and to the fruit of his own meditation on Ibn Arabi. Here one will recall certain visionary apperceptions of Najim Kabra. Now the red sun standing out on a black background, now the constellations turning red against the background of an emerald sky, dazzling to human vision. We have learned from him that this red sun and these reddening orbs announce the presence of the angel Logos, or of one of the angelic intelligences. As in Hermes' vision, angelophany is associated with the symbol of the midnight sun, or luminous night, because the first intelligence, the angel Logos, is the initial and primordial theophany of the Deus Absconditus. The profound meaning of an episode in the mirage of the prophet then emerges. The angel Gabriel, as the angel of revelation, identified by all the Ishraqiyun with the angel of knowledge, leads the prophet as far as the lotus of the limit. He cannot himself go further, for he would be consumed by fire. Now it is unthinkable that his theophanic being should be consumed and annihilated. That would mean self-destruction of the divine revelation. As Lahiji explains, the angel does not have to cross this fana filah, the test of reabsorption into God. The theophanic form must persist in order to be met with again at the emergence from the supreme test, the sun becoming red against a black sky, as in Najim Kabra's vision. The ordeal of this penetration, comprising an experience of death and annihilation, is for man alone to attempt, and marks his hour of greatest peril. Either he will be swallowed up in dementia, or he will rise again from it, initiated in the meaning of theophanies and revelations. This resurgence is later translated by Semnani as an exaltation from black light to green light, by passing thus through the annihilation of annihilation, by passing to the Gabriel of your being. The recognition of the guide is authenticated of the witness of heaven, the reddening sun against the background of the divine darkness. For this recognition implies recognition of the unknowable, which is to say metaphysical renunciation and mystical poverty. The poet of the Rose Garden of Mystery asks, what common measure is there between the terrestrial and the divine worlds? That being unable to find knowledge should already of itself be knowledge. And Lahiji comments, the perfection of contingent being is to regress to its basic negativity, and to come to know through its own unknowingness. It means to know with the certainty of experience that the summum of knowledge is unknowingness. For here there is infinite disproportion. This mystical station is that of bedazzlement, of immersion of the object in the subject, It is the revelation of the non-being of that which has never been, and of the perennity of that which has never not been. In reality, there is no knowledge of God by another than God, for another than God is not. The ultimate end towards which the pilgrims of the divine way proceed is to arrive at the mystical station where they discover that the actions, attributes, and ipseity of things are effaced and reabsorbed in the theophanic ray of light, and where they are essensified by the very fact of their essential destitution, which is the stage of absorption in God, fana philah, where being is returned to being, non-being to non-being, in conformity with the verse of the book. God commands you to render that which is held in trust to whom it belongs. 461. But the one to whom it belongs will be found only on condition that the seventh valley is reached. The seventh is the valley of mystical poverty and of fana. After that you can go no further. It has been said that mystical poverty is the wearing of black raiment in the two universes. This saying expresses the fact that the mystic is so totally absorbed in God that he no longer has any existence of his own, neither inwardly nor outwardly in this world and beyond. He returns to his original essential poverty, that is, poverty in the true sense. It is in this sense, when the state of poverty has become total, that the mystic can say that he is God, for that mystical station is where he gives divine ipseity absolute meaning. It is absolved of all relativation. So long as the mystic has not reached his own negativity, which is complete reabsorption, he has not reached the positivity of essensification by absolute being, which is superexistence through God. To be non-being by one's own efforts is the very same as to be through God. Absolute non-being is manifested only in and through absolute being. For any other than perfect man, access to this degree is difficult, for perfect man is the most perfect of beings, and the very cause of the coming into existence of the world. Thus, the metaphysical indigence of the being is transfigured into mystical poverty, absolute liberation from this indigence. How shall I find words to describe such a subtle situation? Luminous night, dark midday, cries the poet further on in the Rose Garden of Mystery. His commentator knows what he means. For one who has experienced this mystical state, an illusion is enough, whereas anyone else will be able to understand only to the degree of his proximity to it. And Lahiji is fascinated by this luminous night, Shab-i-Roshan, which is dark midday, the mystical aurora borealis in which we ourselves recognize one of these symbols of the north, which from the beginning have oriented our search toward an orient not to be found in the east of our geographic maps. It is indeed night, since it is black light and the abscondity of pure essence, the night of unknowingness and of unknowableness, and yet luminous night, since it is at the same time the theophany of the absconditum in the infinite multitude of its theophanic forms, mazahir, that is, high noon of multicolored suprasensory light which the mystic perceives through his organ of light, his inner eye, as theophanies of the divine names, attributes, and acts, and yet dark midday, since the multitude of these theophanic forms are also the 70,000 veils of light and darkness which hide the pure essence. See Supra Najim Razi's reference to this number. The night of pure essence, devoid of color and distinction, is inaccessible to the knowing subject as knower, since it precedes all his acts of knowing. The subject, thus, is rather the organ by which the essence knows itself as absolute subject. And luminous night, nevertheless, since it is what causes the subject to be by making itself visible to him, what causes him to see by causing him to be. Dark midday of theophanic forms certainly because left to themselves they would be darkness and non-being, and because in their very manifestation they show themselves as hidden. But it is impossible to divulge the secrets of theophanies and of divine apparitions, that is to say, the secrets of the Sahib. One who does so incurs only violent reproaches and denials. About the forms in which the traces of theophanies are present, certainly I would have much to say, but to be silent is preferable. The rose garden of mystery thus comes to an end. All Sufi visionaries agree with him, for he is alluding to the hypostasis of the divine lights, whose colors, forms, and figures specifically correspond to the spiritual state and vocation of the mystic. This, therefore, is the very secret of the Sahib, the witness of contemplation, the witness in heaven, without which the Godhead would remain in the state of abscondity or abstraction, and there would be no possibility of that uxority, which is the link between lover and beloved, a link which is individual and unshareable, and to which every mystic soul aspires. God has no like, mythal, but he has an image, a typification, mythal, declares Lahiji. This is the secret of the Prophet's vision tirelessly meditated upon by so many Sufis. I have seen God in the most beautiful of forms, attesting that the divine being without form or modality is present to the eye of the heart in a particular form, modality, and individuation. For after the experience of the reabsorption of all the epiphanic forms in the black light of pure essence, comes the resurgence from the danger of dementia, from metaphysical and moral nihilism, and from collective imprisonment in ready-made forms. The mystic, having understood what it is that assures the perennity of the determination of apparitional forms of any given distinct epiphanic form. This is the authentic recognition of the figure of the heavenly witness, the Shahid, whose recurrences we have studied under many and various names. And that is why, in Semnamni, it is beyond the black light, the crossing of which he regards as perilous in the extreme, that the Visio Smerdina begins to open. Alright, so I'm going to try reading this book, showing the actual thing as I go. We'll see how it works. Obviously, the quality is not going to pick up every little piece of text, probably. It's going to be a little blurry, but I'll do my best. Anyway, this book is hard to get, and I got this ex-library version, but it's... Anyway, I think I need to read the introduction first, and then also a chapter that it has called The Appearance of the Figure 7 as a Symbolic Factor, because the whole 7 thing, especially the 7 circles, is very relevant. But the introduction is kind of important as well, and obviously there's a lot. The birth and development of geometric speculation is good. And it makes me think of a whole lot of different things. Like, obviously, numbers and measurements are, in a way, arbitrary, depending on what, like, unless, I don't know, it can be arbitrary. And so, the fact that certain things kind of add up and do what they do in something such as a gematria formula it's akin to the same thing. It's just like geometric emergence, I guess you could call it. But the ABC of the modern alphabet is good. I want to read that eventually, but also cuneiform and numerals, the shape of things to count. But I'll read this forward because it's just this page also. And it says, writers, researchers, archaeologists, geologists, and a host of other specialists have published thousands of books on the past, on our forefather, their customs, homes, dress, way of life, wars, and alliances. The reader may therefore doubt that anything new can be written on the subject. Indeed, there can. With full acknowledgment to the assistance provided by the works of earlier writers, I have tried to draw together many factors hitherto overlooked by researchers, and have shaped a new tool which may prove of immeasurable importance in a finely detailed look at historical remains. The tool is the rediscovery of a geometric system popular with our ancient forefathers, but kept secret within certain religious circles. Secret geometry was protected from the blasphemous gaze of outsiders by a wall of silence. Every new adept on admission to the ranks of geometric planners and philosophers swore never to reveal any of the group's secrets to non-initiates. He could not therefore write directly about the subject with which he had become familiar, but outsiders could, or rather, aware that some form of secret geometry existed, but unable to fathom it out for themselves, they could guess it in many directions regarding its properties. Thus, when we today in literature seek evidence of ancient geometry, we find only the work of the ignorant outsider. He alone was able to speak openly. I hope that the present book can throw sufficient light on ancient geometry to follow the 20th century to appreciate and follow geometry's former path of power. It is often the case that non-mathematical minds are apprehensive at the thought of attacking a geometric subject. Have no fear. Ancient geometry was originally built up by simple minds for everyday use. For example, on a temple building site. I hope I have succeeded in making the subject attainable to all. I should like to express my appreciation of the work of hundreds of other writers on historical and related subjects to whom I have referred. Without their valuable reports and thoughts, my book would have been impossible. Our theories have not always concurred, but the facts from which we draw our conclusions are the same. Ancient geometry has taken me 15 years to compile and write, and it has led me on a fascinating chase through books, libraries, and museums, the length and breadth of Europe. Their help, too, was invaluable. Finally, a special note of gratitude to the staff of my local library in Sollerød, Denmark. They requisitioned shelves of books for me from near and far, never once showing signs of exasperation. Tons Bruns, or Tons Brunes. Alright, so I know that this whole setup isn't the best. The camera's not going to pick up like the letters. I sat there and tried, but all I really want to show is the symbols when they come up anyway, so that's why I've got this whole thing. I'm not going to read, obviously, all the complicated material that it contains. I just want to read these few chapters I just mentioned in the introduction again. So, Introductory chapter. This book is the result of many years' research into the ancient civilizations of the past and their religious ceremonies. It is the compilation of fact and theory, thought and deduction. The end product is an examination of something which radically influenced the cultural development of major ancient civilizations for many thousands of years. That something is an occult geometric system which existed as a hidden and sacred factor in the mystery-shrouded temples of those days, a system so well guarded through the ages that none of its secrets has been revealed until now. To state blandly that one has uncovered a geometric system which has remained through time unknown to all save the brethren of the inner temple sounds on the face of it an exciting discovery, void of interest except to devoted geometricians. But later chapters will demonstrate that the system itself has, in practical application, a wide range of outward functions which have left traces in a developing society, traces which a knowledge of the system can determine even today. Geometry in ancient times was simply the culture-creating tool with which most things were made, and, as I shall illustrate in my book, the importance of this particular tool to the unfolding of culture itself was vital. The system has its roots in the very beginning of time. further back in man's history even than the ancient Egyptian dynasties, and the existence and application of the system can be shown over an incalculable length of time, right up until the Middle Ages, when it finally died out, still swathed in a mantle of secrecy and silence. The system was attributed immeasurable significance as late as the period of speculation in Greece 2,500 years before our own time, and one can read of it in Plato's 8th book, in which he describes the explanation by Timaeus, the philosopher, on the universe and its composition. This chapter describes in detail portions of the old geometric system, geometry being employed as a picture of the universe and the power of the deity, not as we use geometry today as an explanatory symbol between the speaker and the subject, but as identification of the very subject with the geometric pictures and vice versa, uniting these as one. The text is so cunningly composed that a thorough knowledge of the system is required in order to appreciate the full significance of the subject matter. This attempt to conceal was, of course, intentional, as both Timaeus' speech and Plato's subsequent written report were meant for the initiated and had therefore to be comprehensible only to them. The actual system and its formation have been secret from the beginning, a secret kept within certain clearly defined circles. The holders of this knowledge, of course, made extensive use of the system and its principles in solving a number of practical and well-known projects, but merely making use of the system is not quite the same as making it public. A solid understanding of it permits one to demonstrate its application in many spheres, and the purpose of my book is precisely to show how the system is built upon logical meditation on the path of the sun and the moon across the heavens, how these reflections were indicated by the circle in which a cross was drawn, and how this geometric figure with the help of the number 7 and the results of logical conclusions has produced a geometric system which has fully satisfied geometric needs right up almost to our present time. The explanation of the system is followed by an examination of its uses in various fields from its inception up through a number of civilizations to the Middle Ages. Ancient geometry, the term I have given to the system, was employed over a tremendous area, and we are able to follow its path from Egypt and her neighboring countries out across Europe, and its effects can be noted in both Near and Far East. The spread throughout such an extensive area took an extremely long time, and the apparent delay is perhaps more readily appreciated when one considers the method of communication employed. In those ancient times, the accepted procedure was for temple brethren from one country to seek out temples in another country or region in order to receive information and teaching there. Once such a brother had spent some time, perhaps many years, in a foreign temple, he would journey back to his mother temple with his treasures, the knowledge and learning he had attained. This was the manner in which the secret knowledge was transferred from one temple to another, and from one country to another. Egyptian temples had gained for themselves from earliest days the reputation of storing the richest knowledge. These ancient temples were the most sought after among outside brethren, and it was to be understood that particularly influential letters of introduction of special abilities were needed to gain entry to the Egyptian temple circle. A part of the mysticism which was, in this manner, handed from temple to temple was ancient geometry, and this knowledge, remaining in the hands of the same groups of initiated brethren, slowly gradually spread over wider and wider areas. And bearing in mind the many strongholds, the numerous temples within which its principles were practiced, one can understand how the system has survived the decline of certain nations and the birth of others. Seldom were the secrets of the temples entrusted to print. Communication was by word of mouth. But before a temple brother received any teaching from the inner circle, he had to pledge solemnly never to reveal the secrets to any outside party. Over an endless period of time, these secrets remained intact, and it was not until a century before the real period of geometric reflection began in Greece that a murmur of the geometric terminology escaped from the inner temple circle, when Pythagoras returned to his homeland after many years in Egyptian temples, and started up a school in which he offered, among other studies, the teaching of a new geometric theory to non-initiated Greek students. He never revealed or taught the geometry which he had learned from the Egyptian masters, since he remained true to his promises never to do so. But his new teachings were on associated lines, and this was sufficient to set the ball rolling. Greek thinkers thirsting for knowledge grasped at the refreshment, and geometric theory and speculation spread like wildfire until, in an amazingly short period of time, in relation to previous development, a new geometry emerged. A system which in many ways differed from the ancient variety, only the foundation remaining the same. And whereas the old system built upon traditionally accepted knowledge, the new form of geometry demanded exclusively the satisfaction of proof. The price of Pythagoras' crime of apparently having profaned the secret knowledge of the temple was high. At the age of 80 he was forced to flee his country, leaving his material wealth and school to his enemies. But in fact Pythagoras had not revealed any of the mysteries. These were still sacred, and two distinct geometric schools of thought now existed in Greece. One was the ancient traditional form of geometry, whose outlines were still guarded by the temples as a part of their mystic knowledge, and this was the system of which Pythagoras and all his contemporaries had full details. The second arose from the teachings of Pythagoras in his school, where he instructed non-initiates in associated theories as a preliminary to abstract geometric thinking. These theories were not actually secret, but from this training sprang groups of scholars who tried independently to solve the riddles of ancient geometry without success. Through the temple society, the old system had a close contact with creative intelligentsia, who were generally recruited from the temples, and it was therefore the ancient system which was employed in any practical problems facing the temple brethren or their cronies. As we have seen, the ancient system of geometry was protected by a pledge of utter secrecy, and, since it was known only within the confines of the temple and its immediate sphere of influence, the system was not subjected to outside criticism. The new geometric line of thinking was the rebel released to the public, and this was the system openly discussed by all and sundry outside temple society. There were experiments, arguments, discussions, assumptions. In short, the new thoughts were transformed into a new and developing science. Temple society had no comment to make on the new school of thought. For one thing, it felt a certain superiority in this direction, and for another, there could be no question of joining in the discussions, since this would have been impossible without revealing the temple's own system. This would have been tantamount to a breach of promise. Moreover, there was no need for a revision of thought in the temples, for 2,000 years were to go by before the emergent system definitely won over the ancient traditional form. And the Middle Ages were well underway before the ancient system died out entirely, presumably with the passing of the last monastic brothers to have knowledge of it. Right from the earliest days, the erection of churches and monasteries has been the prerogative of the temple, and later the church. When, well through the Middle Ages, this last privilege was taken from them, the remains of the ancient geometrical knowledge was passed on to various guilds of craftsmen, and of the knowledge which had at one time been the bloom of all wisdom, only the sad remains were left in the form of craftsmen's guiding rules. The existing orders of craftsmen, to whom the knowledge was formed, true to tradition, small societies based on the temple pattern, and these societies were divided into degrees, with an initiation ritual for each new step up the ladder, just as their forerunners had. But apart from the friendly atmosphere in these new secret societies, they could almost be regarded as a type of trade union bound to protect the trade from outside impostors by keeping secret the various procedures used in their work. We can find traces of these craftsmen's guilds right up to the present time all over Europe. Thus, ancient geometry survived time in a cloak of secrecy, surrounded by threats of severe punishment if this secrecy was penetrated, and the system died the way it had lived, in secrecy. In those periods of importance employed by the system, it was handed on by word of mouth, never put in writing. But if it should occasionally happen that mention was made of it in writing, the text was composed of esoteric terms, and the phrasing of these was such that knowledge of the system itself was essential if the reader was to understand what the text was all about. Only the initiated could make sense from such a text, while for others it remained more or less unintelligible nonsense, and this is why students of ancient writing have been unable to trace any useful references to the old geometric system. In this way, ancient geometry ruled supreme up until about 100 years after the Pythagoras era. From this point onward, a new school of geometric thought developed, differing from the old, although having its root there. The new system did not originally present any competition to the old. In actual fact, it had no practical use and was regarded as an amusing game with figures and proportions, but as time mellowed, the new line of thought gained more and more in popularity, and in many spheres replaced the ancient traditional theories and methods of working. But the changeover was slow. The power of the temple was immense, and its brethren were in many practical and speculative spheres unassailable, and it was here that ancient geometry held sway. Thus it is that in the surviving material from those days we find the ancient and the new thoughts used side by side, initially with the emphasis on the former, and much later with the supremacy of the new system and the subsequent dying out of the ancient form. The new system was to develop into the mathematical and geometric knowledge which is ours today. The ancient system of geometry is actually a related form to the one we know today, but the differences are yet so numerous and profound that it is impossible to substitute the one system for the other. Any attempt in this direction could be compared with using a measuring stick with an unknown graduation. The result finally obtained cannot be transformed straight into a form with which we are familiar. For a complete comprehension of the old system, it is therefore essential that one spends the necessary time to study and reflect upon it, and the thoughts which form its foundation. Any omission in this respect and a shortcut to the geometric analysis of certain buildings produces nothing but a scanty appraisal of the logic of the system's application. For although one employs, inevitably, one's knowledge of geometric principles, it is not sufficient in this instance. A familiarity with an alphabet does not give a person the ability to read every language in which the letters are used. He requires to learn the language before the significance of the letters becomes apparent. The same applies here. We must get to know the ins and outs of the theory before we appreciate the impulse of its course. Ancient geometry is not a difficult subject. It arose among people who possessed virtually no knowledge of figures and was based on the logical consideration of primitive drawings. Each drawing contained in itself the answer to the immediate problem. A square can be divided into 4 smaller squares by entering a cross. That is something everyone can understand, and this is the kind of observation of which the entire system is composed. Once a person has picked up this knowledge and appreciated the line of thinking which has prompted it, he is able to follow the system in its application from one region to another, and from one period in time to another. As far as possible, the book is compiled in chronological order, beginning with an infinitely distant stage in man's history when the system had its origin, with experience being added to experience until a complete system emerges. Naturally, experiences of this nature had to take on some written form, otherwise they would be forgotten. And this form of expression was a number of geometric symbols which in their construction and development illustrate the particular geometrical aspect which they characterize. This habit of expressing an idea or a situation by means of a single symbol is a natural course of action. And we see the same type of thing used today in chemistry, mathematics, physics, and many other spheres. This procedure has furthermore the advantage that it maintains the already mentioned principle of secrecy. To the knowledgeable, the symbol contained a distinct significance, while any person ignorant of the secret saw merely an undecipherable mystic sign which remained so unless he subsequently received information about its content. A piece of text would have been a different proposition. It would have required a special composition in order to remain unintelligible to the outsider, and the possibility exists that the written language of those days simply did not possess the terms used to cover a given set of circumstances. The book delineates the origin of the symbols and the information each symbol contains. After this examination of the system and its composition, the reader sees its application in the construction of one of the ancient pyramids, and from the same period, how the ancient geometrician simply and untroubled worked out all the problems of a geometric nature as quoted in the old parchments known as the Rhind mathematical papyrus. Problems which have hitherto defied solution because it was sought by way of the new system of geometry. The book also shows how Moses, with his background in the temples of Egypt, had a knowledge of ancient geometry, which he used in his instruction for the building of the temple. All the dimensions are contained in the second book of the Pentateuch, and a description is given of the drawing of the temple line by line. We then jump from the earliest period forward to the ancient civilizations, where we can trace the use of ancient geometry in the dimensions of a number of columnar temples. It may be noted that the system does not merely reveal one or two of the dimensions, but unfolds the complete structural plan of the temple from the layout to the facade, with roof pitches, column spacing, etc. As an intermediate stage, we also work on one or two triumphal arches, simply to illustrate the basis from which they take their dimension. And finally, there is a section on the system's application within the magnificent edifices of the Church in the Middle Ages, many of which, even today, stand as memorials to the achievements of the past. For many years, theorists and investigators have pondered on the rules used in ancient days as a basis for dimensions. There were traces of a distinct procedure or set of rules, but these rules have continually defied the efforts of research. This rule, this procedure which has created a common harmony throughout the ages, is ancient geometry. And the reason that science and research have always been unable to break down the code is that a common denominator has been sought within the framework of our own geometric system, without seriously considering the possibility of the existence of quite a different system from ours. But this was the case, and if ancient geometry and its symbols are traced from their origin, one can go from temple to temple, from church to church, fitting them into the system known in ancient literature as the harmony of harmonies. An equally interesting chapter for anyone not interested in mathematics is that which demonstrates how the symbols of ancient geometry have been the epigraphic root of almost all the written languages of the world since the Egyptian hieroglyphs. Just as we did with the buildings, we go back in time and trace the remarkable cuneiform writing from its source. Like everything else of importance in this period, the written language also derived from the temples. And it is fascinating to study the way cuneiform script developed from the ancient geometric diagrams, with hard and fast rules governing the positions of the symbols. The book contains samples of Assyrian, Chaldean, Sumerian, and Babylonian scripts, ending with the last of the cuneiform languages, ancient Persian. We also discover how the same thoughts are repeated in a later era, symbolized this time by another geometric sign representing a wider knowledge. From this symbol emerges the complete Phoenician written language, letter for letter, and the symbol contains every line of the alphabet's 22 letters. The development of the written word then proceeds anew until we see the same symbol used in the ancient Greek, modern Greek, Etruscan, and finally the Roman writing. The parity of the symbols and the letters is so striking as to leave no doubt concerning their epigraphic relationship. To complete the picture, we see how the numerals which we use today, Arabic, but which we have borrowed from the past, are in fact of the same family. A cultural component, with the influence of a geometric system, which has laid down a universal system of dimensions, must naturally have a similar effect in a related field, i.e., figurative art, and the book points out how ancient geometry has also entered this domain, starting with early Egyptian art. A study of the material which remains of the past can carry the observer from subject to subject and from one period of time to another, and the reader is perhaps of the opinion that it is not possible for one book to cover such wide-ranging subjects as the laying down of the pyramids and the birth of a written language several thousand years later. But the simple fact is that ancient geometry and its symbols are the keys with which we can release the answers to many puzzling questions concerning the past and its peoples. And in relation to this mass of material, the book should merely be regarded as an introduction. If one wishes to discover a few of the factors which have governed man's development through time, one has to select a period from which to draw up a list of known experiences, and from this point either work forward or backward in time. Almost all progress is built upon experience. Experience is added to experience, and their total value can be seen in the stage of development at any one place in any one time. Naturally, the first source to which man turns in order to discover something of his past is the literature which has been amassed in the libraries of the world. Here he can read of almost any subject from different viewpoints. The library holds captive the history of time itself from the earliest period up to the present-day problems, and it would appear that there are new chapters in this historic epoch which have not at some time or other been illuminated either by historian or the indomitable archaeologists, who, by their excavations, have established an unending catalogue of facts about the past and its peoples. A general view of this literary mass permits us to split it into several main headings, but with a heavy dividing line around 1400 AD, when printing, with Gutenberg's new invention, began its great boom period. Prior to circa 1400, written material in relation to the present total volume of literature is extremely sparse, and quite rightly, these pre-1400 items are cherished in their respective libraries as priceless cultural treasures. Circumstances prevent much of this material from coming into the hands of ordinary students and research people, mainly because it is written in dead languages and requires, therefore, a special study of these ancient tongues before the scholars can interpret the significance of the written word. Considerable portions, however, of the material have been translated into modern languages and published subsequent to 1400. And we can learn that when printing started in Venice in 1464, the first books published by the brothers Johann and Wendelin de Spira, who were the first printers in Italy, were translations into Italian of the Greek masters, among them Aristotle, Aristophanes, Sophocles, Herodotus, and Plutarch. This type of translation has steadily developed until today we find many of the writers of the past sharing bookshelves with the more modern writers in easily accessible languages and versions. There is, however, a vast difference between writers of the past and the present, which must be emphasized in order to appreciate the interrelationship of the two groups. Modern writers, and indeed most writers of post-1400 years, have been recruited from miscellaneous groups of the population, and we find books written by scientists and university professors side by side with that of ordinary citizens who perhaps in their particular field or among their interests have discovered something of general interest. But the learned and the ordinary groups have one thing in common. They are free to write of their experiences and observations without the restriction of a bond of silence which forbids them to touch on certain subjects. Public criticism decides whether the resultant literature is of any value. A university education of similar advanced training is no secret today. Textbooks are available to anyone with the inclination and interest, and it is only a matter of qualifications and ability whether a person is able to utilize the contents of the individual volumes, and this is the distinction between writers before the 15th century and writers after this period. A study of education before the 15th century shows that it was mainly confined to church circles, i.e., that the church ran the existing schools, and a higher education inevitably involved an even more intimate association with the church and its domain. The further back we look into time, the more pronounced this tendency becomes, and in the very earliest days it was only possible, outside the temple, to receive training as a craftsman or a warrior. The art of reading and writing could only be achieved within the temple walls. And a man had to be accepted into the respective temple order as a brother before he could share in this knowledge. The mere ability to read and write placed a man in the same class as a wise sage, and not unnaturally this group of learned brethren was tiny in proportion to a country's population. The roots of all monastic orders twine stubbornly back through time to the Egyptian era, which was roughly 8,000 years ago, and one can well understand the colossal build-up of tradition behind the temple. In their respective countries or regions, the temples were independent of each other, and yet linked in a form of brotherhood in which knowledge and age had priority. Egypt possessed both the qualifications, and her temples consequently provided the main source of inspiration for counterparts elsewhere. History tells us that around 3000 BC, it was a common thing to undertake a journey to the Egyptian temples with the aim of gathering wisdom and knowledge. Literature carries reports of men who, having gained their immediate fame, sought the teachings of Egypt. But it was not exclusively to men with noteworthy ability that this education was offered. The normal setup was for a man who had spent a specific number of years in his mother temple to be urged to the temple or by the temple hierarchy to travel to other temples with the object of learning from them. And in those days, as is often the case today, it was men with the finest qualifications or the best connections who won their way to the main source, namely the Egyptian temples. One of the assurances a brother once admitted had to give was a pledge of impenetrable silence concerning the information and knowledge he would learn in the temple, and as far as I can discern, this blanket of secrecy was kept for thousands of years, until a completely new development broke out around the year 1400 and shattered the old monopoly. If we regard the ancient writers on this basis, we find two main groups. One was the initiated temple brethren, who had been in the earliest times the only existing writers. We cannot expect to find in any of their written remains the slightest open reference to any concrete point in the mysteries or knowledge of the temple, since their pledge bound both mouth and pen all the way to the grave, and if they had entrusted any scrap of information to writing which might remotely be associated with the forbidden subjects, it would be composed in such a way as to make it unintelligible to anyone but the fellow brethren, and therefore would not be understood by the translators of later years. Their pledge of silence, however, did not prevent them penning thoughts on other subjects. There was no shortage of subject matter in advancing societies, but temple wisdom was taboo. Gradually, as civilization progressed, the art of reading and writing became an accomplishment achieved by expanding groups of the population, and thus writers began appearing outside the temple walls. Nor from this group of writers can we expect any information regarding the temples and their secrets, for the simple reason that they had no information to reveal. Certainly, their talk was perhaps more open and less restricted than the temple's groups, and they were willing to discuss eagerly the temple's secrets, but their talk was based on conjecture and half-truths. They were not bound by any promises, but it did not really matter since they had no actual information to dispense. Later observers would find it very difficult to differentiate between the writer, who, sworn to silence, avoids certain subjects known to him, and about which he must neither speak nor write, and the writer who pens screeds and screeds on something of which he has no genuine knowledge. Later observers might well interpret circumstances incorrectly, concluding that the one who never writes of life in the temple knows nothing of it, whereas he who does write about it must be doing so from a knowledge of the temple, and in fact the opposite is probably true. The result would be that the information with which research students of later years worked would be wrong in many vital respects, and consequently many of the tracks which they followed would lead nowhere and end blindly. There would be no cohesion among the various loose bricks with which the student worked. From this standpoint, I think one must treat with a certain amount of caution much of the surviving literature stemming from before 1400 AD, as well as later comment and translations. All the information contained therein ought not to be accepted on face value as fact, even though it does have its roots so far distant from our own period. Then the question arises, is there no way of penetrating in some small manner this veritable wall of silence in order to gain a foothold on the other side from which to proceed further? Have these temple societies left nothing in their wake which one can use independent of ancient literature, in one's reflections, and then progress from there? Yes, they have indeed, and the evidence is convincing. But in order to be able to decipher these traces, one must hold the key to their significance, and these keys lie hidden in the secrets of ancient geometry. Evidence and remains of temple society can be found almost all over the world in the form of temple structures, dedicated to the glorification of high idols or ideologies, and these buildings followed a distinct plan of construction in their measurements and dimensions, based on the geometric system which is no longer with us. This age-old system of geometry begins at such an early stage that it is one of the first series of experiences man collected, together with speculation on time itself, a period of time which coincided with the epoch of temple mystics. The basis of this speculation is a study of the sun and moon, both of which, of course, leave the image of a circle in the mind. This circle, combined with the figure 7 and a concept I've termed the sacred cut, are some of the ingredients of this ancient geometric system. The principle of secrecy mentioned previously was a central feature of knowledge in ancient days. It was simply a part of the structure of society, although it may seem strange to the modern mind. But with a little reflection we must admit that it still exists today as a common part of the pattern of our own society, and that the idea of secrecy is just as ancient as man himself. We all know the term industrial secret. It covers processes or procedures which cannot be patented or protected by any other means than by secrecy. The object of keeping the secret is self-evident. It is essential if one is to maintain a particular commercial position. Almost every society of craftsmen has its own small trade secrets, which are passed from master to apprentice. Almost every sphere of industry has a screen of mild secrecy. Today we operate an international patent organization which affords a certain degree of protection against the exploitation of the ideas and knowledge of other people. But if we had no such protection, secrecy would be an even more widely practiced principle than in fact it is. The primitive witch doctor guards the precious secret of the manufacture of his medicines, for if he taught everyone in the tribe how to prepare his healing herbs, how long would his position of power last? Indeed, he would soon be out of work. Thus we see that the principle of secrecy is founded in primitive society and has been present in civilization right up to our own time. The old temples enjoyed a dominating sense of power, which was based on the knowledge and learning which they kept secret. All knowledge and experience was assembled over thousands of years in the temple, and by permitting educated groups to share to a greater or lesser extent in this pool of knowledge, the temple brethren wielded, through these groups, infinite power. The only way they could maintain their position of superiority was by a consistent preservation of secrecy within the groups. Their situation was familiar to that of the primitive witch doctor. If they distributed their knowledge to all and sundry, their power was gone. So one understands the tenacity with which they held on to their secrets, and can appreciate that anyone breaking his pledge had to pay the penalty of death. This is how I think the principle of secrecy should be viewed, thus sweeping away the apparent mysticism which cloaks occult religions. They become in this light more logical and natural. The religious spectacle, and all of the symbolic ritual, was of less importance to the initiated than to outsiders. It was conducted in honor of the band of outsiders who, more or less without option, had to pay taxes or tithes toward the maintenance of the initiated clan, who, on account of their application of knowledge, were immensely wealthy compared with the population at large. Wars and riots might deprive the temples of their material treasures, but their real wealth, knowledge, could never be stolen or captured. It could only be achieved on a voluntary basis, and therein lay one of the temple's main pillars, of an era of power stretching over thousands of years. If we acknowledge as possible this build-up of society, we have a chance of uncovering the temple's geometric knowledge, by bringing our research infinitely far back in time with the first geometric observations man must have made. We can then try to find the path taken by later development based on these experiences and compare our findings with the remains left behind by temple society. If these things coincide, it is possible that we may be on the right track. As a starting point, therefore, my book begins with the early experiences. And so chapter 1, the first experiences, which I'll have to save that for some other time, but I've already sort of scanned through a lot of all this. But chapter 2, speculation on time and numbers. So this is where it starts getting a little more complicated, just like all the different historical things. But then chapter 3, this stood out to me because, again, with the last few videos about the seven circles, the Hashabath, and that whole process of the interconnection between 666 as the magnetic energy center in its slow development into 777, the flaming sword, essentially, of the Kabbalah, but also Manjusri's sword, essentially the thunderbolt of the Tibetans, numerous other things. Actually, 777 is the number I found of their word for temple or monastery, which is Dagon or Dagon, D-G-O-N, with none final. And I found that along with there's a few different things, but I'll save that all for later. But now that I got the Tibetan English dictionary by I think his name's Jasky or something Jasky, he that helps having that. But anyway, at least for finding certain things in Tibetan, because I knew there was a lot more if you apply the sort of phonetic system. So chapter 3, appearance of figure 7 as a symbolic factor. Okay, so I had to go do some stuff. Now I can read this, which obviously it sucks that it's not going to show up, but I'll get a better camera eventually and I might do the whole book. That would actually be cool. Anyway, Chapter 3, Appearance of Figure 7 as a Symbolic Factor. A resume of man's experiences in the world of numbers recalls that the ancient observer has some idea of how the year is made up through his stone calendar and observations of the sun and moon. He has evolved a primitive system of counting from 1 to 20, and can count so-and-so times 20 since he has made 20 a major unit. He has not so far discovered any means of writing numerals, and has to content himself with remembering their different values. But he has begun drawing circles on the ground, probably the forerunner of script. For the moment his knowledge extends no further than this, and it is from this point that we must progress. If, over a length of time, he has been drawing circles of various sizes on the ground with a stick, from small circles he can sketch from the sitting position, to large circles he marks off by pacing around the perimeter, and perhaps laying stones along the edge to retain the shape. He will one day become curious about measuring their sizes. He will want to make 2 circles of the same size, and will notice in fact that he cannot. He has also noticed that his circles, compared with the shape of the sun and the moon, are most unsatisfactory, leaning to one side and oval. He has probably realized that he can draw a circle fairly uniform by standing in one spot with a stick and turning all the way round, scraping the point of the stick on the ground at a constant distance from his body. This realization makes him reflect that a circle has a central point, from which he can measure out a circle if he wishes to make one bigger than that he can reach with his stick. He wants to measure out a line, and thus a need arises. It is my submission that the process of measuring grew for strictly speculative reasons, at a time when there was no practical need for measures. They had no need, for example, to know how far it was to the next community. Selection of a particular size of hut or living area was made according to the size of the family, and was probably done without any form of measuring. Boats, whether made from a hollow tree trunk or a pile of rushes, were built according to requirement and the length or quality of materials. And clothes were made to fit a particular body, whether they were styled in skins or other material. But the calendar man, or witch doctor, the community's budding source of intelligence, and the founder of God worship, came across the problem of measurement in his experiments with circles, and had the time at his disposal in which to solve it. What would he do, not having any standard of measure to guide him? Probably the same as any practicing engineer or surveyor would do today, when he finds he has to measure out a short distance but has forgotten his measuring tape or ruler. He simply paces the distance out and arrives at a certain number of steps. The surveyor knows from experience, however, that the length of his step is 80, 85, or 100 centimeters, if it is the metric step he uses. But no matter what system of measurement he has, it is essential for him to convert his paces to the standard of measure used in his particular society, for he would otherwise be unable to assess the length of the piece he had just measured. To say that a piece of ground is, for example, 25 paces long, tells him nothing about the actual length, if he does not know how long his paces are. And without converting the paces to a standard measure, he can never compare his measurements with those of anyone else. If something is measured in this manner, it obviously cannot be compared or considered with other measurements without first conversion to a standard unit of measure. It is important to know whether one man has a pace of 70 centimeters and another man of 100 centimeters. If they each begin measuring a distance from their respective ends, when they meet, add their 2 totals of paces together, the result cannot possibly give a correct answer. But if one man is given the job of dividing a plot of land into, for example, 4 equal pieces, it can be done using his pace alone. Since our primitive observer had no need to compare his results with others, but used them purely for his own ends, it is likely that his large unit of measure was the pace. When he needed to measure something shorter, perhaps a distance rather less than one step, he probably used his foot as a unit of measure. It is always readily available and even today is used on the building site if a man has to compare the lengths of two pieces of work, and a measuring tape or ruler is not handy. There were, of course, many ways of fixing an individual standard of measure, for example, the arms. But what an uncomfortable position it must have been with one's arms spread out, nose on the ground, crawling fathom after fathom. A study of the literature dealing with weights and measures reveals that the unit of measure in nearly every country through the Middle Ages was a pace or yard, foot, and inch, until in many places this system was replaced by the more rational metric system. But such a conversion took a tremendously long time, and even countries which switched to the metric system years and years ago still have remainders of the old units which stubbornly resist dismissal. Buying timber, for example, in the Scandinavian countries is done in allen, a unit of 2 feet. Feet and inches, in spite of the fact that it is more than 50 years since the old norms of measure were officially and finally discarded in favor of the newer metric system. Most English-speaking countries retain the old units of measure, and even these differ from their Nordic counterparts of the same name. One British foot has 12 inches, just as the Nordic, but compared to the meter, the British foot is 0.3048 in length, while the Danish foot is 0.3138 of a meter in length. Thus, when a Dane imports a length of timber, it is not enough to know that it measures so many feet. He also has to know which foot is being used as the standard of measure. The whole problem of maintaining a certain standard of measure has been one which provided our ancestors with many a headache, and even within a relatively confined area, there have been several different lengths of the same name. Danish scientist Ole Rømer tried in 1687 to have his muddles sorted out in Denmark, where there were almost as many standards of measure as there were tradesmen. By royal decree, the standard length of 1 allen was laid down and samples were made in iron to be nailed to church doors all over Denmark, so that anyone could come and check the length of their particular version. But the day the standard measure disintegrated in rust or was removed, chaos prevailed once more. A closer look at this problem will reveal that maintaining a certain standard measure is something nearly every country has tried to do through their histories. We see in Figure 12 a relief which is housed in the Ashmolean Museum of Art and Architecture in Oxford. It illustrates how the Greeks got around the problem in 450 BC. It shows the chest, arms, and head of a man, with the arms fully outstretched. According to the accompanying description of the relief, the arm span is 1 fathom. Above the right arm is the imprint of a foot, and if we measure carefully, we find that this foot divides exactly 7 times into the total arm span. So the Greeks portray here both the small unit of 1 foot and the larger unit of 1 arm span, or fathom, which comprised 7 feet. A stone dating from about 1000 BC has been discovered in Denmark, illustrating, I believe, that problems of unit measure existed at an early stage in growing society. By Greek standards, Denmark was very much an undeveloped country 1000 years before Christ. And yet indications are that an effort was even then made to fix a standard unit of measure. The stone is shown in Figure 13 and plainly carries the mark of 2 footprints. In the same way as the hand signs discussed earlier, it is maintained that this stone had some mystical connection with worship of the gods. But my theory is rather that the stone represents one of the earliest standard units of measure, for the world's first measuring norm, the foot. The stone was found in the north of Jutland near the Lim Fjord, and is now in the National Museum in Copenhagen. The standard of measure favored by our observer, however, is immaterial to our further study, since all measures are made in relation to each other. Drawing a circle with a radius of 1 foot will produce a diameter of 2 feet, whether the radius is measured in British or in Danish feet. This, in turn, means that irrespective of the standard of measure, or of measurement, decided upon by the various communities, the relationships of the individual dimensions would be the same, as indeed would be the results achieved. Having progressed to the apparently simple process of measuring and possessing a standard of measurement, our observer again turns his attention to the circle and now measures from the center outwards the point at which he wants the circumference to run, and he can immediately see the benefit of his constructions in the way of an improved shape, since he probably marked out from his starting point a specific number of paces in 4 directions, and on this basis constructed his circle. In this manner he has drawn a cross inside his circle at a very early stage. We had evidence in the illustrations of the previous chapter of how the cross appears at an extremely early date on the stone at Ringkøbing Museum, and on the stone from Reigard. Indeed, almost all rock engravings on which the sun appears, either independently or as a part of a sun ship, show a cross inside the circle. As we have seen, the circle was regarded as a sacred symbol, and since everything it produced or was associated with was also regarded as having sacred connections, the cross had been accepted as such at a point somewhere near the beginning of man's religious speculation. The story is told, too, of one of the oldest cultural races in South America, the Incas, who succeeded the ancient Mayas. When the Spaniard Captain Francisco Pizarro and his Vandal followers invaded Inca territory in 1532, these rather remarkable events occurred. When the invaders, using cunning and treachery, had captured the ruler of the kingdom, Atahualpa, and killed his bodyguard, their insatiable greed for treasure brought them to the temples, where they proceeded to strip the gold and silver from the building. Captain Pizarro was, believe it or not, a God-fearing man, and was accompanied on his path of plunder by a priest named Valverde. Crucifix in hand, Valverde followed on behind, blessing every attack and misdeed in the name of God. The supreme symbol for his own religion was the crucifix, and when he discovered that this cross was also the supreme symbol of the Incas' heathen sun worship, he could scarcely contain his horror. Thinking the appearance of the sacred crucifix in a heathen temple to be some form of witchcraft, he ordered that all written matter and everything connected with temple ritual should be burned. The Spanish Vandals did their work well, and temple upon temple, town after town, were denuded of all such material, which was destroyed in huge bonfires. Masses of priceless cultural treasure were in this way irredeemably lost to future generations. Since the Inca religion must be presumed to be infinitely older than Catholicism, this is merely one example of 2 entirely different societies with no apparent mutual contact arriving at some sacred symbol, the cross, or the circle with the cross inscribed. We can trace the practice of sun worship to almost every part of the world, from the ancient civilizations of South America to the religions of Egypt before direct worship of the sun was tempered by the mystic laud of Osiris and Isis, from the Druids to China and Japan, where even today the country's ruler is termed Son of Heaven. And then there's the rising sun, in both, numerous flags. Sun worship would obviously entail portrayal of the sun, i.e., a circle, and The symbolism arising from this figure would almost invariably require a cross as an integral part of its structure. And the symbolism arising from this figure would almost invariably require a cross as an integral part of its structure, since further development of the circle as a subject of speculation must needs have a cross drawn in to permit any progress whatsoever in this direction. As the cross emerges, therefore, as the first key to ancient geometry in the secret of numerals, it is not really surprising that it appears at an early stage in many areas of the ancient world as a factor within the web of symbolism. But we must push on with the further development of the circle. We find our observer looking for a breakthrough which might help him or bring him one step further along the road of knowledge. Employing his recently evolved system of measurement, he has produced lots of circles in every conceivable size, and has probably tried measuring various points within the circle without obtaining much satisfaction apart from information about some lines. Then comes the day he makes a circle with a radius of 5 feet. Perhaps he selected this dimension because he himself stands at the center and counts out 1 foot for each finger, first to right and left, then backwards and forwards, producing a circle with a diameter of 10 feet. He draws in his cross in the circle and sits back to consider his work. With his established ability for measuring, he first of all measures the circumference and arrives at a figure between 31 and 32 feet, which in itself is of no immediate interest, apart from the fact that it is the inspiration for his next measurement, which is to mark off the distance from one cross tip to another, all the way round the circle. He measures, as we see in figure 15, from A to B, from B to C, from C to D, and from D back to A. This provides him with a total measurement of 28 feet, or the same number of days he has in his moon year. We can just imagine his surprise at coming across a dimension which, for the first time, fits in with other factors in his knowledge, with something other than the subject in which he is presently engaged. Surprise, too, at the fact that drawing his sacred sun disk in a certain proportion produces a number which is the same as the days in his moon year. This discovery, of course, is a tremendous triumph and goes a long way to emphasizing the magical properties of the circle. Of course, we know from a present-day mathematical viewpoint that this measurement was not accurate, as lines AB, BC, CD, and DA are all hypotenuses in right-angled isosceles triangles. Since the perpendiculars are equal, line A to B, for example, will be a squared plus b squared equals c squared, equaling 25 plus 25 equaling 50, or c squared. C squared equaling the square root of 50 being 7.07, or more easily 5 times the square root of 2. But naturally, our observer is unable to discover an error in measurement of 1% with the materials he uses, and even if he was capable of measuring to this degree of accuracy, he would not be able to appreciate or express it. His drawing would have 1 or 2 other drawbacks. He has not yet encountered the term right-angled. In fact, he has not seen the significance of an angle as an independent unit, and therefore it is possible that his cross is not completely accurate, as is probably the case with his measurement of the 4 radial arms. We may therefore assume that if his procedure has been as described above, the measurement must seem to him absolutely sound. A greater degree of accuracy is at the moment out with his conception. Apart from his noteworthy decision to measure the distance from tip to tip on the cross, he is able, by filling in the lines which he measured out, to create a separate construction, namely a square. My reason for calling a simple square a construction is purely that I consider it must be regarded as such. No naturally occurring figure can provide him with this inspiration. Everywhere he turns he sees only curved, rounded lines. Stones on the beach are round, the trees, bushes, leaves, berries, bones, everything in his world has curved lines. Thus, the square must be termed a construction. and this would probably be the most natural way to achieve it. This new phenomenon, the square, will of course give rise to a mushroom of speculation, but let us first take a look at the conclusion reached in the observation of the 28 feet. Whereas our observer previously saw in his symbol of the circle and cross a picture of the Supreme, a primitive picture created by his own hand, he now faces a practical factor. His moon year is symbolized by the figure of 28 feet, and is divided in an obvious manner into 4 parts by the 4 lines. Thus, each 4th part of the moon year contains 7 days, and, acting upon this sign from the Almighty Power, he introduces another division between the small unit of 1 day and the larger unit of 1 moon year, namely the week with its 7 days. And on the 7th day God ended his work which he had made, and he rested on the 7th day from all his work which he had made. And God blessed the 7th day and sanctified it, because that in it he had rested from all his work which God created and made. This is what the book of Genesis chapter 2 has to say of the creation, and at this stage the month was already divided into 7 days. But it would actually be difficult to prove this assumption. We must be satisfied with the hard fact that the splitting up of the month into weeks occurred far beyond our reckoning of time, that, like so many other things that happened in antiquity, we can only hazard a guess at its origin. If we study the earlier observations, taking first the sun as our subject, we discover an indication of the sun year stretching over a long period. Observing the moon's phases, we succeed in splitting this long period into 13 shorter intervals, i.e. the more readily appreciated moon year or month, and finally this moon year is divided up into 28 days. The application of these units of measure as a basis for meditation upon time itself seems natural and obvious. The year is measured as 364 days, i.e. 28 times 13, surprisingly accurate when one considers the stage and development of man's knowledge at this point. And it is true of all 3 of these divisions that they are laid down by nature, simply observed by man in the course of development. The year is indicated and illustrated by the path of the sun across the sky. The moon year is similarly set down by the waxing and waning of the moon, and the day is shown by the regular change from night to day. The observer has thus measured each of these factors in relation to each other, gradually as his knowledge permitted, and he has been able to note his discoveries without himself having to make any adjustments. The material was there for the picking, so to speak. He simply had to observe. But the week, the division of the month into 4 parts, is presumably man's invention. Our universe possesses nothing breaking up the month. There is nothing in the movement of the sun or the moon, and yet the sun and the moon were probably the source of inspiration. The sun's symbol as the sacred sign with an inscribed cross probably provided this inspiration, since it divided the moon's period naturally into 4 equal parts. Our observer has discovered that the lines joining the cross tips measured 7 feet when the circle diameter is 10 feet. He has worked out that the 4 lines make a total of 28, consisting of 4 parts each 7 feet, or 4 times 7. Whether Sunday began as a sacred day is probably doubtful, but it could well be imagined that our observer, who had possibly won an influential position for himself within his society, encouraged people to implore the sun to assist in the respective affairs of the community. And, as a moon period seemed too long, he split it by means of the cross into 4 intervals, according to which the sun is honored every 7th day, i.e. every time the days of the week rounded another spoke on his original symbol, the circle and the cross. Initially it had probably been a morning ritual, but the populace had been quick to grab the opportunity for organized rest to break up the week's toil, and this day of rest had soon caught on. The introduction of this day of rest really signals the start of religious contemplation. When man takes time off for a short and lengthy period of time, solely to dedicate himself to religious ritual or worship. He must have something he can appreciate. The human being always enjoys a spectacle, and the imagination had set to work to produce something he could watch or participate in. Sun worship was probably the first form, and many societies have retained its rites through centuries. Others turned, in addition to the sun god, to other deities, and portrayed their gods in various forms or pictures, so that the people would have something material to concentrate upon. But common to almost all these systems of worship was the belief that the god in question was something or someone with bad intentions and had always to be appeased by offerings and gifts for the local priests, which our former observer had now become, and for the rulers of society who, with this fear of the wrath of the gods, had achieved a mastery over his people that he did not previously possess. The means of dividing the year into days, weeks, and months, and a certain amount of religious ritual, are the gifts now passed on to the up-and-coming generations of mystic religions, which for centuries controlled all knowledge and art, stretching in terms of time relatively close to the present day. Naturally, it would be impossible to provide categorically that the acceptance of the figure 7 occurred as described above, but the existence as a ritual factor of the figure in almost all forms of religion is a fact that would be difficult to explain. The figure today is bound up in ethics as a religious factor, and no matter how far back in time we search, we are continually stumbling over this mysterious figure 7. Why has this figure meant more to us than any other figure? With our 10-digit system, it seems somewhat awkward. We prefer complete figures which can be divided. The simple reason must be that the first speculative figure arrived at by man was 28, and the next was a quarter of this, or the figure 7. Spurred by his natural urge to build upon established factors, man developed these two figures, which were to form the basis of mathematics which existed before the period of Greek supremacy. That the figure 7 was such a major factor in the sacred learning, which dealt with numbers and mathematics, must be contemplated on recognition of the fact that the study of numbers, the creation of religious symbols, the writing of legends, and the recording of events for future generations, all this was carried out by the same group of people, the Brethren of the Temple, who were for thousands of years indisputably the ruling upper class of an ancient Egypt, Assyria, Babylon, and many other cultural societies of antiquity. Evidence of similar observations in Denmark may be found from stone carvings, in the same way as we read on the 20-figure system on the stones bearing the hand sign. In figure 16 we see a stone found at Sonderbjerg near Kolding. In his book Danmarks Oldtid, Volume 2, page 128, Johannes Brandstedt writes of this stone. A stone found near Sonderbjerg bears B-J-A-E-R-T, bears the figure of a ship, the style of which differs somewhat from the normal Bronze Age type, possibly belonging to a later period. In other words, it does not seem to fit the Bronze Age, and efforts are made to push backwards or forwards in time without successfully managing to locate its place in history. Its appearance is quite different from other rock engravings of sun ships, and it takes a fair degree of imagination to recognize this figure as a ship. A tally of the vertical strips on the stone reveals that there are 7. This could be coincidental, but since the stone cannot be attributed with accuracy to any other place in time and no explanation can be provided as to its peculiar design, it is just as likely that this was one of the earliest attempts to produce a kind of weekday calendar, which could be kept a convenient check on days and nights, or perhaps used to help teach the difficult art of recognizing the stages of the year. The figure 7 has from time immemorial been very much the dominating figure in ethics, and it would be an almost impossible labor, even with an acceptable means of selection, to quote the many contexts in which the figure 7 appears. Space alone forbids it, and a simple lengthy enumeration of the ritual of various religions fails to provide a proper impression of its copious use. I have therefore confined myself to one or two passages from one of the world's best-known books, the Bible. The examples I have selected are from the first and second books of the Old Testament. Genesis, the creation. And on the seventh day God ended his work which he had made, and he rested on the seventh day from all his work which he had made. And God blessed the seventh day and sanctified it. Creation of man. And a river went out of Eden to water the garden, and from thence it was parted and became into 4 heads, the origin of the cross in the center of the circle. Man's oldest story. And the Lord said unto him, Therefore whosoever slayeth Cain, vengeance shall be taken on him 7-fold. If Cain shall be avenged 7-fold, truly Lamech 70 and 7-fold. And all the days of Lamech were 777 years, and he died. The flood. Of every clean beast thou shalt take to thee by 7s, the male and his female. Of fowls also of the air by 7s, the male and the female. For yet 7 days, and I will cause it to rain upon the earth. And it came to pass after 7 days that the waters of the flood were upon the earth. And the ark rested in the 7th month, on the 17th day of the month, upon the mountains of Ararat. And he stayed yet another 7 days, and he sent forth the dove out of the ark. And he stayed yet another 7 days, and sent forth the dove, which returned not again unto him any more. Abraham and Abimelech make a covenant. And Abraham took sheep and oxen, and gave them unto Abimelech. And both of them made a covenant. And Abraham set 7 ewe lambs of the flock by themselves. And Abimelech said unto Abraham, What mean these 7 ewe lambs of the flock by themselves? And he said, For these 7 ewe lambs shalt thou take my hand, that they may be a witness unto me that I have digged this well. Jacob weds Rachel. And Jacob loved Rachel, and said, I will serve thee 7 years for Rachel thy younger daughter. And Jacob served 7 years for Rachel. And they seemed unto him but a few days, for the love he had to her. Fulfill her week, and we will give thee this also for the service which thou shalt serve with me yet 7 other years. And he served with him yet 7 other years. And it was told Laban on the 3rd day that Jacob was fled. And he took his brethren with him, and pursued after him 7 days' journey. Joseph interprets Pharaoh's dream. And behold, there came up out of the river 7 well-favored kine, and fat-fleshed, and they fed in a meadow. And behold, 7 other kine came up after them out of the river, ill-favored and lean-fleshed, and stood by the other kine upon the brink of the river. And the ill-favored and lean-fleshed kine did eat up of the 7 well-flavored and fat kine. So Pharaoh awoke. And he slept and dreamed the 2nd time, and behold, 7 ears of corn came up from one stalk, rank and good. And behold, 7 thin ears and blasted with the east wind sprung up after them. And the 7 thin ears devoured the 7 rank and full ears. And Joseph said unto Pharaoh, The dream of Pharaoh is one. God hath showed Pharaoh what he is about to do. The 7 good kine are 7 years, and the 7 good ears are 7 years. The dream is one. And the 7 thin and ill-favored kine that came up after them are 7 years. And the 7 empty ears blasted with the east wind shall be 7 years of famine. Behold, there come 7 years of great plenty throughout the land of Egypt, and there shall arise after them 7 years of famine, and all the plenty shall be forgotten in the land of Egypt. And take up the 5th part of the land of Egypt in the 7th plenteous years, and that food shall be for store to the land against the 7 years of famine. And in the 7 plenteous years the earth brought forth by handfuls, and he gathered up all the food of the 7 years which were in the land of Egypt. And the 7 years of dearth began to come according as Joseph had said. Jacob's death and burial. And the Egyptians mourned for him 10 by 7 days, and he made a mourning for his father 7 days. Exodus, Moses in Egypt. And all the souls that came out of the loins of Jacob were 10 by 7 souls. Now the priest of Midian had 7 daughters, and they came and drew water, and filled the troughs to water their father's flock. Water turned to blood, and 7 days were fulfilled. After that the Lord had smitten the river. Passover is instituted. 7 days shall ye eat unleavened bread. For whosoever eateth leavened bread from the first day until the 7th, that soul shall be cut off from Israel. In the first month of the 14th day of the month at even, ye shall eat unleavened bread, until the 21st day of the month at even. 7 days shall there be no leaven found in your houses. 7 days thou shalt eat unleavened bread, and in the 7th day shall be a feast to the Lord. Wandering in Sinai, quails and manna. 6 days ye shall gather it, but on the 7th day, which is the Sabbath, and there shall be none. And it came to pass that there went out some of the people on the 7th day for to gather, and they found none. Abide ye every man in his place. Let no man go out of his place on the 7th day. So the people rested on the 7th day. The laws of the covenant. If thou buy an Hebrew servant, 6 years he shall serve, and in the 7th he shall go out free for nothing. 7 days it shall be with his dam. On the 8th day thou shalt give it me. In 6 years thou shalt sow thy land, and shalt gather in the fruit thereof. But the 7th year thou shalt let it rest and lie still. 6 days thou shalt do thy work, and on the 7th day thou shalt rest, that thine ox and thine ass may rest, and the son of thine handmaid, and the stranger may be refreshed. Thou shalt eat unleavened bread 7 days, as I command thee. Consecration of the priests. And that son that is priest in his stead shall put them on 7 days. 7 days shalt thou consecrate them. 7 days shalt thou make an atonement for the altar and sanctify it. Sabbath commandment. 6 days may work be done, but in the 7th is the Sabbath of rest, holy to the Lord. This completely unrestrained use of the figure 7 in the first and second books of the Old Testament would have been unusual even if other numbers between 1 and 10 had been mentioned in quantity too. If, for example, 50% of the figures mentioned in Genesis and Exodus had been from 1 to 10, excluding 7, and the remaining 50% had been 7. This alone would have aroused in the reader a curiosity to know why more interest had been displayed in the figure 7 than in other figures. This alone would have aroused in the reader a curiosity to know why more interest had been displayed in the figure 7 than in other figures. But it must be even more amazing when number 7 is repeated in passage after passage, almost to the exclusion of other digits. Number 4 is mentioned here and there, and elsewhere mention is made of figures of 100 and more. But generally speaking, the figure 7 reappears throughout the tale as a form of ritual, a thought-provoking factor. The 7-armed candlestick is a well-known feature in the Jewish synagogue, and appears also in the Danish Lutheran Church. The Tibetans have divided their nobility into 7 groups, to mention only 2 extremes in which the figure 7 is used in 2 societies with virtually no mutual contact, culturally speaking. The figure 7 is a factor of ritual within modern Freemasonry. In our everyday language, we make use of the number 7 almost without reflection. For example, he was in his 7th heaven, or he would need 7 league boots, the 7 wonders of the world, and so on. The constant appearance of the figure 7 in all esotericism and symbolism since ancient times is so striking and so much a dominant feature in literature that it cannot avoid giving rise to meditation. Why should the philosophers of the past, who were accepted rightly as creative and intellectual giants, stick to one specific figure when there were several to choose from? One is free to assume that they had their reasons, and we shall later prove this. And so in this chapter 4, the birth and development of geometric speculation, he goes on further about 7 and 28 and its like unfoldment into the year, obviously being actually 365. And he talks about how the 4 years, the annual error of approximately 1/4 of a day, etc. And so obviously it's all about the development of the whole speculation of all this stuff. And so yeah, I just wanted to read that chapter about 7 because obviously it ties in and it gives a sort of good background. And I'm going to also in the next video at the end probably read the chapter I'd wanted to from volume 2, which is ABC of, or the ABC of the modern alphabet, or something like that. ABC of modern geometry, maybe. ABC of the modern alphabet. And possibly cuneiform and numerals, the shape of things to count, but I'm not sure yet. We'll have to see what happens. But that was interesting. The whole 7, the Hashabath, starting to stand out more to me now. And Ganesha and Shiva are kind of helping me out there. Anyway, yeah, that was fun.